Tomorrow, it's a big day. On Sunday morning, you have the Prime Minister who will be on stage at the BJP headquarters a little after 8 a.m. 8 a.m. in the morning, the Prime Minister on stage. That's expected tomorrow. After which the Prime Minister takes off for Mysuru. He will be in Mysuru and then head to Bengaluru for a roadshow. It's a super political, super Sunday ahead of the 2024 elections. And we here at Republic TV will be live early, getting you all the political action. I want to go across to Abhishek. In fact, I'll get across Abhishek as well. Tomorrow is also Ambedkar Jayanti. It's Ambedkar Jayanti. You have the BJP releasing its manifesto tomorrow. The Prime Minister on stage, along with the senior most leaders of the BJP, all on stage. They will be flanking him. And that is expected to start a little after 8 a.m. Will go on possibly till about 10 a.m. And then the action will shift to Karnataka tomorrow, where the Prime Minister will be on stage with another former Prime Minister, H.D. Devegowda, and campaigning in Mysuru. And after which he will go to Bengaluru for a roadshow. So just telling you viewers, it is a big Sunday that we have in front of us as we head towards the Lok Sabha elections. The first phase, of course, will be on the 19th of April. I'm going across to my colleague Gursimran, joining us on this story to get in, a perspective of what people are expecting from the BJP as they release their manifesto. Gursimran, all eyes will be on the Prime Minister tomorrow. The Prime Minister, as he, will be on stage as well.
Yes, Niranjan, there is absolutely no doubt that everyone will be looking for the manifesto or the Sankalp Patra of the Bharatiya Janata Party that will be released tomorrow. And it is very important that the people are looking at it, because the government has done walk the talk, be it each and every issue that they have brought in their Sankalp Patra or the manifesto earlier in 2014 and 2019. They have completed all of them, be it the abrogation of Article 370, be it the Ram Mandir. So they have done it, they have performed it, and now it will be really very interesting to watch that how things will move from here. Because now in every political rally, the Prime Minister has said that the vision for the 2047 is all set, and the party is now heading, the government is now heading towards the Viksit Bharat. So what will be the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Patra be like? It will be interesting to watch that how it will come out with the schemes, because if we speak of the key agendas of the Bharatiya Janata Party's manifesto, be it in 2014 or in 2019, the BJP has completed majority of them. That means there will be some key interesting manifesto promises that will be coming up tomorrow when it comes to the Jammu and Kashmir, even when we spoke to the state leadership as well of the ruling party, since there were some of the recommendations that have gone from this side only, because the BJP has launched a massive drive in which they used to collect, they have done it for more than 2 weeks, that they used to collect the recommendations from the common people. And the majority of the recommendations that have gone from the Jammu and Kashmir, that also includes the promises that the union government has done. That is the poll promise in Jammu and Kashmir that is also already slated, and the full restoration of full statehood. So it will be interesting to watch whether that will be part of this manifesto and what more it will be. Because if we go by the last 10 days statements by the Prime Minister, and also his interaction with the young India, with the youth of the country, it hints that the manifesto that will be coming tomorrow will have a lot of things for the youth of the country. So tomorrow, all eyes will be on the BJP Sankalp Patra that will be released tomorrow morning by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and also expected is the Home Minister and the head of the manifesto committee, Rajnath Singh. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. Tomorrow, I'm just taking our viewers through some of the details. The Prime Minister has been saying in the recent rallies that he says the real picture, he says whatever has happened in the last 10 years is only the trailer. He says the real picture or the real action will begin now. And he has been warning that his government will not stop going after those corrupt. So look at the statements of the Prime Minister in the last few days and weeks. He has said his government will not stop in their mission to ensure that India is a fully developed country by 2047. So you can expect an economic roadmap for India 2047. You can expect something for India's youth, something for women. And tomorrow is also Ambedkar Jayanti. So there will be something in that document for every section of society. Now, the Prime Minister, the fact that he will be there himself at 8:30 in the morning, telling us that there could be some big announcements that will be made by the BJP when the manifesto is unveiled tomorrow. So all eyes will be on that. So join us live on Republic TV, on Republic Media Network, on all our sister channels, Republic TV, Republic Bharat, Republic Bangla and Republic Kannada, as we get you the full details of the manifesto one and get you that Super Sunday. Tomorrow is a Super Sunday because it's not just the manifesto, but you also have the Prime Minister in battleground Karnataka, where he will be doing a big rally with another former Prime Minister. He will be on stage with Deve Gowda, and then there is also a road show. So watch out for that, a political Sunday coming up, big political Super Sunday coming up. Ashwin is with me live. Ashwin, are you there? Ashwin is joining us live from Kerala. He's a correspondent there, and he's also been moving from Kerala to Tamil Nadu and getting us a sense, a pulse of the mood on the ground. Ashwin, the manifesto of the BJP, the manifesto of the Congress party has been debated, right? What are the expectations from the BJP's manifesto tomorrow, Ashwin?
One of the biggest expectations from what I hear from the ground is that a developed country is something that everybody is already in sync with, Niranjan. In fact, the people whom I spoke to on the ground are also saying that there has to be a cohesiveness in the vision, and there has to be a cohesive documentation of the vision, and that is perhaps people are expecting. And right now I am in Chennai. This is called as Tower Park in Anna Nagar, and there are lots of people whom have already taken interviews of, and I think one gentleman has joined us. Let's ask him. Tomorrow the BJP is releasing their manifesto. So from Tamil Nadu perspective, how do you see this? What do you expect?
Yeah, of course, as the whole India knows very well, and Tamil Nadu is contributing in all the industries and all the aspects in a very better way. Obviously, we expect the manifesto should talk much about importance to Tamil Nadu. That is what we expected from the manifesto.
The Prime Minister has also, over the past years, whether it's holding a, calling the Chinese premier here in Mahabalipuram, to holding the Kashi, Tamil Sangam, to the Sengol, to having visited Tamil Nadu at least 9 times this year alone. Don't you think there's enough, already there is a vision that Tamil Nadu should be brought to the forefront? Do you agree with that?
It is not exactly agreeing, but thanks to our Prime Minister, he has done so much regarding that, whatever you said, okay. But at the same time, we are not expecting that. We expect the growth of Tamil Nadu and the employment for our youth in Tamil Nadu, and we want our Prime Minister to give much importance to Tamil Nadu. Definitely, I hope so he will give it. And we expect it from him.
And also, the Prime Minister has been very consistently talking about fight against corruption. And we have seen, and about against, he has been very vocal against the dynastic politics which is inherently there caught in Tamil Nadu. So how do you see it?
Not exactly how he can able to give importance to the corruption, but only thing is the corruption should not available in any of the government offices. That should take care. Our Prime Minister should take care of everything, because without corruption, people should survive. When it will happen, the whole India is expecting that.
All right.
As a general, I'm talking.
Yes. So this is something on the ground, Niranjan. I've spoken to at least a dozen people. They have different views on many things, and obviously the excitement is definitely increasing. They want to see what is the document which the BJP is going to put out tomorrow in terms of their manifesto. Niranjan.
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me also go across to Riyanka. Riyanka is joining me live from the national capital. Riyanka, just getting in a sense of what people expect from the BJP. The BJP, of course, has questioned the Congress manifesto, but all eyes will be on them tomorrow. What are some of the general expectations from the different sections of society?
That's right. What we're getting to know tomorrow at around 8:30, the BJP is going to release its Sankalp Patra, the manifesto for 2024 Lok Sabha polls, in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah. So it's going to be a high-stakes event that is going to be focusing on what the BJP promises to the people for the elections. Well, we also know that the BJP had received 1.5 million suggestions through the Namo app as well, and the major focus dependent on was development, youth as well, and also other areas. Now if we talk about the expectation of people, they are looking for the development in several areas, the upliftment of youth, and also if we talk about women here, women empowerment is also a key focus, as well as the empowerment of farmers. So these are a few highlights that is going to be focused tomorrow when the manifesto is released. So we will take a look at this significant development that come up. We will be getting in all the details from the ground tomorrow at 8:30. The launch will be happening at the BJP headquarters here in the national capital.
All right. Thank you for joining us with those details, Ashwin, Gurusimran and Riyanka. Thank you for joining us. Let's move on and get you some more news now. The biggest headline is from Bengaluru, where we've accessed some more visuals of how these terrorists, those who bombed the Rameshwaram cafe in Bengaluru, how these terrorists were easily walking around, entering hotels, signing in registers, signing up and giving their names as different people of the fake Aadhars that they created. We have some of the details coming in. I have my colleague Prajwal joining us with the details of that. Prajwal, how did they get there? Where did they get their fake Aadhaar, fake IDs made? What is with the Shivamogga link? Before I go across to Prajwal, here's a story of the latest developments so far.
A devastating bomb blast laid waste to one of the most popular cafes in Bengaluru on the 1st of March. India's top anti-terror agency, NIA, was roped in to lead the hunt for the terrorists who had orchestrated the attack. And now, within 45 days, the agency has busted the vicious ISIS terror nexus and the terrorist trio responsible for the devastation. Terrorist Musawir Hussain Shazib, who had placed the bomb at the cafe, and Abdul Mateen Taha, the mastermind of the blast, were arrested from Bengal. As per sources, the two men had been living in West Bengal for 3 weeks, checking into small hotels and living under aliases before the central agency zeroed in on them. The two arrested terrorists were produced at an NIA court, which granted a 3-day transit remand, following which they were brought back to Bengaluru. Republic also managed to access CCTV footage from the hotels where the two accused were staying in. The two terrorists, who claimed they were from Maharashtra, had moved from hotel to hotel in different parts to avoid suspicion. They had also presented different fake Aadhaar cards at each hotel they were in. The two accused were brought to Bengaluru during the wee hours of Saturday morning and taken to the detention cell in Madiwala. Later on Saturday, the two terrorists were sent to St. John's Hospital for medical checkup and then produced before a magistrate.
The special court of the NIA's magistrate has now gone ahead and granted the National Investigation Agency a 10-day custody of both the accused, Abdul Mateen Taha as well as Musafir Shazib Hussain as well. And it is being understood that both the accused will be taken to the blast site as well, and a spot inquest will be conducted to essentially go ahead and understand as to what happened during the course of going ahead and placing the bomb. And they will also be looking at the mode of payments through the dark web via crypto wallets for all these anti-national activities which had been carried out by various ISIS modules across the course of time in Karnataka.
Meanwhile, CM Siddaramaiah congratulated the NIA team's efforts.
thank NIA and also the Karnataka police people. They could able to trace the accused persons and arrested them in Kolkata. ಅವರು ಈಗ ಕಲ್ಕತ್ತಾದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ.
With the blast mastermind now in custody for the next 10 days, it remains to be seen as to what else the NIA is going to uncover regarding the ISIS terror nexus and its foreign handler. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
There's an update on the Mahadev betting scam. It's a scam that broke out before the 5 state elections last year. A former chief minister was under the scanner. Several actors in Bollywood under the scanner. The latest name being Sahil Khan, an actor in Mumbai who was interrogated by the SIT for about 3 hours today. Here's a full story.
The probe into Mahadev betting app continues to deepen and the investigation has now widened. Actor Sahil Khan appeared before the Mumbai police to record his statement regarding his alleged involvement in the Mahadev betting app case. The special investigating team of the Mumbai Cyber Cell had previously summoned Sahil and 3 others in December 2023, but he failed to appear for questioning at that time. Sahil is known for his roles in films such as Style and Excuse Me. Currently, he works as a fitness expert and founded his own company called Divine Nutrition. According to the FIR, the scam is estimated to be worth approximately rupees 15,000 crore. Saurav Chandrakar, a 28-year-old, and 43-year-old Ravi Upal are considered to be at the heart of the operations that have amassed rupees 6,000 crore through the illegal betting app. Last year, Ravi Upal was apprehended in Dubai by local authorities. An ED investigation uncovered a vast network providing illegal betting in various games operated by Mahadev Online Book. Betting included poker, card games, cricket, badminton and tennis, and even extended to allowing bets on the Indian elections. Platform is accused of match fixing, money laundering through cryptocurrency, and rigging games to ensure profits for panel owners and heavy losses for players. Mumbai Police's SI team will probe Sahil Khan in Mahadev betting app case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So some countries believe that over many years they've commented on the entire world and that gives them a continuing right to comment. The world is changing. You're going to get pushbacks. We are pushing back.
Did America cross the line with the Kejriwal comment?
We communicated very clearly to the American acting ambassador that we take a strong objection to what was said and that what was happening in India was not a concern of any foreign government.
Is it accidental that 4 or 5 governments are all saying the kind of same thing?
I don't.
Is it accidental or is it coordinated?
I don't have a conspiracy view of the world, but I do have a view that different countries, different political interests, different governments sometimes coordinate issues. That is a fact.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
और ऐसा भ्रम बना के रखा था कि बस उनकी जिंदगी ये 370 है तभी बचेगी। आपके आशीर्वाद से मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। मैं चुनौती देता हूं, हिंदुस्तान की कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हिम्मत करके आ जाए, विशेष करके मैं कांग्रेस को चुनौती देता हूं, वो घोषणा करे को 370 को वापस लाएंगे, ये देश उनका मुंह तक देखने को तैयार नहीं होगा। कांग्रेस, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, पीडीपी और बाकी सारे दल जम्मू कश्मीर को फिर उन पुराने दिनों की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हैं। इन परिवार चलित पार्टियों ने, परिवार के द्वारा ही चलने वाली पार्टियों ने जम्मू कश्मीर का जितना नुकसान किया, उतना नुकसान किसी ने नहीं किया है। यहां तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां मतलब ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। सत्ता के लिए इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर में 370 की ऐसी दीवार बना दी थी कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग बाहर नहीं झोंक सकते थे और
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कांग्रेस किस वोट बैंक को खुश करना चाहती थी? साथियों, कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोगों को देश के ज्यादातर लोगों की भावनाओं की कोई परवाह नहीं है। इन्हें लोगों की भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ करने में मजा आता है। ये लोग सावन में एक सजायाफ्ता, जो सजा कोर्ट ने जिसको सजा की है, जो जमानत पर है, ऐसे एक मुजरिम के घर जाके सावन के महीने में मटन बनाने का मौज ले रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उसका वीडियो बना करके देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहां आक्रमण करते थे ना, तो उनको सत्ता, राजा को पराजित करने से संतोष नहीं होता था। जब तक
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Very good evening, viewers. Time for Superfast 50, and I'm Rakta Mishra with you. Now, BJP's Sankalp Patra for the Lok Sabha elections will be unveiled in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow from the BJP headquarters. Chandashkali case accused Sheikh Shah Jahan is now sent to judicial custody for 3 days. Shah Jahan was detained by the ED on charges in connection with extensive financial exploitation and allegations of sexual harassment. While addressing a public rally, Home Minister Amit Shah said that the Congress is spreading lies that Alwar will not get water from the ERCP. He also said the Congress is anti-OBC.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ओबीसी की विरोधी पार्टी है। पिछड़ा वर्ग को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सालों तक अन्याय किया। काका साहेब कालेलकर रिपोर्ट को दबाकर रखा, मंडल कमीशन के रिपोर्ट को दबाकर रखा।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh emphasized his belief in a healthy democracy, stating that he considers the Prime Minister to be an institution rather than just a person. He also clarified that he does not engage in abusive behavior towards any Prime Minister, but he has observed the others directing such behaviors towards Prime Minister Modi. A 6-year-old boy fell into an open borewell in an agricultural field in Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district. The young boy has been trapped inside a 6 centimeter diameter borewell in Madhya Pradesh's Rewa, and the child fell into the borewell while he was playing. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Lal Yadav has said that the rescue operation is underway in Rewa district and have received information that our team is continuously working and that the administration will reach out to the child soon. Election Commission seized 2 vehicles in Bengaluru and over 1 crore rupees seized during the operation. Officials intercepted unknown individuals who were transferring money from a car to a 2-wheeler using bags. The investigation is underway. State BJP Chief K. Annamalai and party's candidate from the Coimbatore constituency conducted a door-to-door campaign in the area. He was accompanied by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman during this campaign, and Coimbatore member is scheduled to go to polls on the 19th of April, which marks the first phase. Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, while addressing a public rally in Yamunanagar, said that this country is touching new heights of development and the whole country is speaking about Prime Minister Modi's work. Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi and BJP candidate Anil K. Antony released their manifesto for Pattanamthitta constituency, highlighting the government's focus on making health facilities accessible and encouraging the country to become a medical hub. However, connectivity issues remain a challenge. Sahil Khan, the actor, was questioned by the special investigation team of the Mumbai Police Crime Branch for around 3 hours at the Mumbai Police Commissioner's office regarding the Mahadev betting app case. The interrogation was conducted as part of the investigation into the alleged illegal activities associated with this betting app. Shiromani Akali Dal has released its first list of candidates for the Lok Sabha elections in Punjab. Among the candidates announced, senior party leaders Prem Singh Chandu Majra will contest from Anandpur Sahib and Daljit Singh Chima from Gurdaspur for the elections. Republic TV confronted Sahil Khan, one of the main accused in a Mahadev betting app case. The Mumbai Cyber Cell Special Investigation Team had summoned Sahil and 3 others in December 2023 as well for questioning, but he had failed to appear. During the speech, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath emphasized that the BJP believes in solving problems. He mentioned that leaders like himself and Pushkar Singh Dhami have successfully addressed the issue posed by the Congress party, which had been causing problems for the people of the country. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi says that the manifesto was made thoughtfully. He's talking about the Congress manifesto, and it was not made in a closed room. Rahul Gandhi says that it was made after talking to thousands of people and that this is people's manifesto. Former Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar criticized the Congress party's election manifesto, referring it to as Nyay Patra that suggests that the Congress should first focus on ensuring justice within their own party before making promises to the public. Rahul Gandhi took a turn to attack Prime Minister Modi and his government by saying that President Murmu was barred from Ram Temple consecration ceremony as she is an Adivasi. Congress leader Rajiv Shukla, after the Himachal Pradesh CEC meet, said that the discussion was on how to win all the 4 seats in Himachal Pradesh and also decided on the candidates for the 2 seats. He also said that further discussion will continue for remaining 2 seats. Supreme Court will hear on the 15th of April the petition filed by the Muslim side against transferring the cases of land dispute between Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi and Shahi Eidgah to Allahabad High Court for hearing. The bench of Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Dipankar Datta will hear the case. Chief Electoral Officer of Manipur, Pradeep Kumar Jha, announced that the voters were given the option to vote either at their original polling station or at a special polling station. This initiative was specifically implemented to accommodate displaced people. As part of this effort, special polling stations were set up at 94 locations to facilitate voting for individuals who have been displaced. Following the tragic school bus incident, the Deputy Commissioner of Gurugram examined 2,600 school buses in the Gurugram district to ensure the process of Surakshit School Vahan policy following a recent accident. Operation Meghdoot, in 1984 Indian military operation, involved IAF helicopters transporting troops and supplies to Siachen Glacier, the world's highest battlefield, to thwart Pakistan's claim and maintain control. The Indian Army implemented significant initiatives in the Siachen Glacier area, including heavy lift helicopters, logistic drones, special clothing, mountaineering equipment, and weather tracking gadgets for improved survival. Riyasi Police and Indian Army's 58 RR rifles have successfully busted a terrorist hideout in Mahor, securing a significant amount of arms and ammunition. The Indian Army's sustainability efforts, including adopting renewable. Unknown individuals were caught transferring money from a car into a two-wheeler. They were caught by the election officials. Further investigation into the transfer of funds is underway. A fire broke out in a slum near Sudhir Shah College in Dum Dum, causing explosions and prompting firefighters to respond. A level 1 fire broke out on the 3rd and 4th floor of a government office in Bandra East in Mumbai with no reported injuries. A shark was caught by fishermen off the Achutpuram coast in Annakapalli district and prompted efforts by forest officials and fishermen. It was released into the sea later. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said an investigation into the stabbing attack which led to the deaths of 6 people and the suspect including should be carried out. China's top official Zhao Leji reaffirmed ties with North Korea during a meeting with Kim Jong-un in Pyongyang. The visit comes amid North Korea's missile test, remember. And China is the North Korea's primary source of economic aid and diplomatic support, has expressed interest in further developing ties. The two nations have been good neighbors since the establishment of diplomatic ties for 75 years. Cambodian police have repatriated 130 people to China over suspected gambling and scam activities, marking the first batch of suspects repatriated this year. China and Cambodian police are intensifying joint operations to crack down on gambling and swindling crimes. The war in Sudan involving the military and rapid support forces led to thousands of deaths and forced 8 million people to flee their homes. The food security situation is the biggest concern for humanitarian agencies. International community was warned of an immediate action to prevent widespread death and collapse of livelihoods. Argentine Minister of Security Patricia Bullrich dismissed an alleged intimidation message in Rosario, referring to drug gangs' rejection of President Javier Milei's imprisonment policy. She stated that the government will continue fighting organized crime. Israeli settlers rampaged through a Palestinian village in the West Bank, killing a Palestinian man and wounding 25 others, escalating tensions in the region where over 460 Palestinians have been killed by the Israelis. 8 people, including 2 children, died in Tokmak, a Russian-occupied town, after Ukrainian forces shelled residential areas, with 13 residents hospitalized. Ukraine has not commented on these claims, however. A Mideast defense official claims Iran attacked a vessel near the Strait of Hormuz involving a helicopter and commandos. Iran has been engaging in ship seizures and attacks since 2019, causing tensions with the West over its nuclear program. Over 40 people were stranded in a cable car accident in southern Turkey. Also, news from United Kingdom. Well, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom has added Pakistan to its list of countries that it states are too dangerous for UK citizens to travel to. The latest alert has banned a total number of 24 destinations and covers a range of concerns that pose a threat to visitors' safety, including crime, war and terrorism. Vice President of the United States Kamala Harris spoke out against an Arizona Supreme Court ruling allowing prosecutors to enforce a near-total abortion ban. She blamed Trump for eroding abortion rights and warned that a second Trump term would be worse. She also called prohibitions enacted at the state level Trump abortion bans. Argentine Minister of Security Patricia Bullrich dismissed alleged intimidation threats in a message left hanging from a bridge in Rosario. A message written on a piece of cloth alluded to drug gangs' rejection of a policy that the government of Milei has implemented, in which convicts are imprisoned without regard to their criminal association. Ecuadorian judge ruled detentions of former vice president as arbitrary and illegal, but he will remain in prison to serve the remainder of a sentence over a corruption case. Judge Monica Heredia says that George Glass's detention was formally illegal and arbitrary. Cardinal Timothy Dolan led a mass at Notre Dame of Jerusalem Center during his visit to Israel and the occupied West Bank. The visit comes amid 6 months of fighting in Gaza, causing a humanitarian crisis with over 1 million people on the brink of starvation. Now, Diljit Dosanjh, who has been very vocal about his admiration for actor Kareena Kapoor Khan, has expressed his desire to work with her again in the sequel to Kareena and Shahid Kapoor's Tara Jab We Met. After receiving rave reviews from critics as well as the audience, Manoj Bajpayee's Joram is finally streaming on the OTT platform Prime Video. The thriller film tells the story of a haunted, displaced man who is on the run to protect his daughter. Vidhu Vinod Chopra has announced Zero Se Restart, a behind-the-scenes making video of his film 12th Fail, which was released last year. The video will release on the 19th of July and tells the story of how the film took shape right from the first day and will feature some of the BTS footage. Actor Yash will jointly produce the upcoming movie Ramayana with Namit Malhotra. Rumors suggest that the KGF actor and producer might also play the role of Ravan in the highly anticipated film. The film features Ranbir Kapoor as Ram and Sai Pallavi as Sita. Sunny Deol will assume the role of Hanuman. Eleanor Coppola, who documented the making of some of her husband Francis Ford Coppola's iconic films, including the infamously tortured production of Apocalypse Now, has died at the age of 87. Sofia became one of the most acclaimed filmmakers of her generation as the writer-director of films including Lost in Translation and the 2023 release Priscilla.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The BJP says that the fact that the bombers behind the Bengaluru blast in the Rameshwaram cafe were the fact that they were found in Bengal today proves that Bengal under Mamata Banerjee is a safe haven for terrorists. Big charge to make, and that might not be entirely correct. But will Mamata Banerjee be bold enough to accept that Islamist terrorism is a threat to the entire world and to India? Would secularities like Mamata Banerjee and the Vadra Congress government in Karnataka both accept that it was a terrible mistake to downplay the Rameshwaram cafe blast as a result of a possible feud between business rivals, rather than what it was, a terrorist incident, a terrorist attack? Would Mamata Banerjee and secularities and pseudo-secularities like the Congress and all these other secularities in the India Alliance accept that they are uncomfortable even acknowledging radicalized Islamist terrorism as a reality because of their own vote bank reasons? And that this is the reason why terrorists feel more safe in some states of India today than in others. In some states, they know there is a bulldozer approach. I'm sure the bulldozer approach, and you know which states I'm talking about. I'm sure the bulldozer approach does. West seems to have a very enthusiastic interest of late, Mr. Jaishankar, on the domestic politics, especially before the elections. It's not accidental. I mean, it doesn't appear accidental. I'm sure not to you either.
So I think politically this needs to be countered. Alternative narratives need to be out there. And by the way, we are today confident enough, strong enough and independent-minded enough that we will not be swayed by what you are.
So it won't matter to us.
We will do our own thing and we will counter it by our actions.
So will the pressure work?
My way of responding to 10 years of pressure, one is by answering back, but the other is by doing things in India. That when you have a government which says, look, this is a democracy that delivers, we will use technology, we will do good governance, we will ensure that socio-economic benefits will be delivered on a mass scale, and this will expose the people who espoused an earlier model. This is one way of doing it.
The Indian Army observed Siachen Day with solemnity and reverence to remember and honor the heroes of Siachen for their courage and fortitude in the world's highest battlefield. Take a look at how our soldiers mark this day.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कांग्रेस किस वोट बैंक को खुश करना चाहती थी? साथियों, कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोगों को देश के ज्यादातर लोगों की भावनाओं की कोई परवाह नहीं है। इन्हें लोगों की भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ करने में मजा आता है। ये लोग सावन में एक सजायाफ्ता, जो सजा कोर्ट ने जिसको सजा की है, जो जमानत पर है, ऐसे एक मुजरिम के घर जाके सावन के महीने में मटन बनाने का मौज ले रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उसका वीडियो बना करके देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहां आक्रमण
In some more news, CCTV footage from Dream Guest House in Kolkata has shown two prime suspects in the Ramesh from Cafe Blast case using fake identities. Now they are being held in police custody for 10 days. Congress candidate Murli Lal Meena in Dausa argued that the Eastern Rajasthan Canal project required the need to be declared as a national project due to the water crisis. He said that Prime Minister Modi's promise to declare it as a national project, it took 5 years.
प्रोजेक्ट जो ईस्टर्न कैनाल प्रोजेक्ट के नाम से पूरे राजस्थान में है, जो बहुत बड़ी समस्या थी, इसमें हमारी डिमांड थी इसे राष्ट्रीय परियोजना घोषित होने की। और मोदी जी जब 2019 के चुनाव में राजस्थान प्रचार करने के लिए आए तो उन्होंने अनाउंस किया था कि हम इसको राष्ट्रीय परियोजना घोषित करेंगे। 5 साल तक मोदी जी ने राष्ट्रीय परियोजना घोषित नहीं करी।
BJP candidate Mahadev Lata criticized AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi for manipulating law and central party actions in Hyderabad, saying that people are unaware of technical terminologies and their depth, causing confusion. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister and RJD leader Tejas Yadav lambasted Nitish Kumar for his compulsion to support the BJP and contest elections. He called for a special status for Bihar and promised a 1,60 crore rupee package and dedicated packages for every Lok Sabha seat in Bihar. AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi took a jibe at Narendra Modi's government for allowing 6,000 Indian workers to work in Israel, saying that he should bring them back to India immediately, as the Ministry of External Affairs has issued travel advisory for Iran and Israel.
6,000 इंडियन वर्कर्स ऑलरेडी इजराइल जा चुके हैं और आप एडवाइजरी देते हैं कि भाई अपना ख्याल रखिए। आप 6,000 भारत के नागरिकों को मौत के मुंह में भेजकर आप एडवाइजरी दे रहे हैं। ये किस तरह की इंसानियत है नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की? आप फौरन नरेंद्र मोदी उन 6,000 भारत के सिटीजन्स को वापस बुलाइए।
As we get, a massive fire has broken out in the slums of Jessore Road in Kolkata. Blaze has partially charred the slum area. Residents of the slum were seen outside capturing the blaze. No casualties reported so far.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile lad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? Arey, it's antibacterial.
Scratch resistant also.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
दो दिन पहले सुनने को आया कि हमें मोदी जी से मिलने का मौका मिल रहा है।
Too fast, too much has happened.
ये तो मुझे भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा है, सच्ची बताओ तो कि मैं यहाँ हूँ। वो एक्साइटमेंट अंदर रखना है ना, वो बहुत मुश्किल था मेरे लिए।
तो पहले तो हमको देख के ऐसा लगा कि हमारे जो ड्रीम्स थे वो रियलिटी में बदल गए।
आई थिंक ये वंस इन अ लाइफ वाला एक चीज़ हो गया जो मैं आई थिंक कभी नहीं भूल पाऊंगी।
He is a global leader. Getting to meet him is insane.
But that moment जब बस वो आ रहे हैं, that was like heartbeat stop हो जाने वाला मोमेंट था वो।
स्वागत है आप सबका।
Once he came and sat in front of us, I'm sure सब लोग wonder कर रहे थे, wait, is this same person जो हम टीवी पे देखते हैं?
जब सामने बैठे थे तभी भी धक धक हो रहा था बहुत।
आप लोग एक दूसरे को कभी मिलते हैं या पहली बार मिले?
नहीं, मिलते हैं हम लोग।
मिलते रहते हैं। मतलब आप लोगों का पुराना कारोबार है। तो जब आपको ये सूचना मिली होगी तो क्या लगा आप लोगों को?
इस मोमेंट तक यकीन नहीं हो रहा था कि ये कुछ होने जा रहा है ऐसा।
नहीं, पहले मिलेंगे फिर ही हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करेंगे क्योंकि मालूम नहीं कैसे कब।
हाँ, ऐसे आजकल तो फेक की दुनिया है।
सर अभी भी नहीं लग रहा है कि आप सामने।
अच्छा, होने दीजिए।
मेरे को यकीन नहीं हुआ पहली बात तो कि आपने बुलाया।
तो सर एक बार लगा कि जो आपसे ये बात करने का मौका मिलेगा डेफिनेटली हम लोग फ्रंट फुट में आ जाएंगे और हमारा जो सबका एक गोल है ना वो आज वैलिडेट हो गया सर। वो गेमिंग की जीत हो गई सर, आप बुलाए वो आज इंडस्ट्री जीत गई।
जो थोड़े दिन पहले नेशनल क्रिएटर्स अवार्ड हुआ था, इवन उस टाइम को भी हमें यही लगा था कि फाइनली इतने सालों के बाद ऐसे लग रहा है कि क्रिएटर्स गवर्नमेंट इज रिकॉग्नाइजिंग हमारी क्रिएटिविटी। जो हम यूट्यूब पे करते जो हमें लगता था कि हाँ हमारी लोग देख रहे हैं, फैंस देख रहे हैं, यही हो रहा है। बट
आप लोगों ने उस क्रिएटिविटी वाले अवार्ड में भी अप्लाई किया था?
मैं तो गया था सर। हम तो बिल्कुल आपके इतने दूर बैठे हुए थे तो उसमें भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा था।
आप परिचय बता दीजिए पहले सबका।
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम अनिमेश अग्रवाल है। मैं 28 साल का हूँ। मैं गुवाहाटी असम से हूँ। मैं बहुत ही यंग एज में पढ़ाई कर रहा था जब मैं सीए का।
कोई यंग एज में पढ़ाई करता है?
जी सर, वही मतलब कंपेयर टू कि अभी भी 28 साल का ही मैं खुद को यंग ही मानता हूँ, तो मैं और यंग की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो मैं सीए का पढ़ाई कर रहा था, मैं सीए फाइनल्स तक पहुंचा था और मैं सीएफए और एफआरएम की भी लेवल 1 दे चुका था। मैंने अपने माता पिता से 1 साल का ब्रेक मांगा था अपने पढ़ाई से गेमिंग की करियर को परस्यू करने के लिए। जब मैं 2018 में स्टार्ट किया, मैं सोच के घुसा था कि 1 साल मैं गेमिंग में पूरा दूंगा और कुछ बनने की कोशिश करूंगा।
तो परिवार में क्या रिएक्शन आया?
सर क्योंकि मैंने पढ़ाई करके रखी थी और मेरे पास बैकअप बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग था कि गेमिंग में कुछ नहीं कर पाता, वापस जाके पढ़ाई कंटिन्यू कर पाता, तो इसलिए माता पिता हमेशा सपोर्ट किए हैं इस चीज़ को। और फिर मेरा गोल यही है कि मैं गेमिंग को इंडिया में आगे बढ़ाऊँ और सबको, जो भी युवा फॉलो कर रहे हैं हम सभी को, इतने बड़े बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को, उनको करेक्ट डायरेक्शन दिखाऊँ गेमिंग से अच्छा क्या कर सकते हैं और उसी की तरफ काम आगे करने की कोशिश चल रही है सर।
मुसीबत ये हो जाएगी कि जब भी अब कोई ठग बोलेगा किसी को भी तो आप दिखाई देंगे और कोई आपको देखेगा तो कहेगा यार ये तो अच्छे इंसान है, उसको ठग कैसे बोले।
सर वो चीज़, लेकिन एक चीज़ अच्छी है कि गेमिंग में थोड़ा नाम बना लिया तो गेमिंग वाले लोग अब ठग से अच्छे नज़र से मुझे देख रहे हैं।
ठग से ठगते नहीं।
हाँ, और मैं दुनिया एकदम भी ठगी नहीं कर रहा हूँ सर।
मेरा नाम अंशु बिष्ट है, वैसे मेरा गेमिंग नाम गेमर फ्लीट है सर। मैं आता हूँ हल्द्वानी नैनीताल उत्तराखंड से। तो मैं सर वैसे लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से आता हूँ। मेरे पापा एक प्राइवेट स्कूल में 30 साल तक उनने बस कंडक्टरी करी थी ताकि मैं और मेरी दीदी को वो स्कूल में पढ़ा सकें। मैंने थोड़े ट्यूशन्स पढ़ाने स्टार्ट करे बच्चों को, 1-2 जॉब्स ले रही, फिर अपना खुद का कंप्यूटर बनाया एक। सर आर्थिक स्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी तो उनका बनता है कि ऐसे सोचना कि आप समझ रहे हो ना कि आपका बच्चा बस कंप्यूटर में बैठ के चिल्ला रहा है दिन भर, क्योंकि सर थोड़ा होता है कि मतलब चिल्लाना इन द सेंस कि मतलब खुश होना, कि तभी लोग देखते तो खुश होते हैं ना कि अरे वाह इसको कितना मजा आ रहा है, तो उन्हें मजा आता है।
यानी आपको एक्टिंग भी करनी पड़ती है
थोड़ी बहुत,
ताकि व्यूअरशिप बढ़े।
तो हाँ सर करनी तो पड़ती है सर।
सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू क्या है आपको इस दुनिया में?
सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू सर कि मतलब अगर आपको पता चल जाए कि आप क्या करना चाहते हो इन दी एंड। सर जैसा आपका है कि आप देश को आगे ले जाना चाहते हो, आप देश को एक स्तर पे ले जाना चाहते हो बहुत, तो वैसे ही मेरा भी था कि मतलब मैं भी कुछ ऐसा करूं कि दुनिया वाह करे।
मेरा नाम नमन माथुर है और लोग मुझे मॉटल के नाम से जानते हैं। मैं पला बड़ा मुंबई में ही हूँ, नवी मुंबई में। और जब मैं 4 साल का था मेरे पापा गुजर गए थे। मम्मी ने मुझे और मेरे बड़े भाई को रेस किया, उन्होंने टिफ़िन सर्विस किया, सब कुछ किया। और 2015 में मोबाइल आ गया था हाथ में, तब तो शुरू किया था खेलना।
पहले तो स्कूल कॉलेज में दोस्तों से बातें करते करते पता चला होगा।
मैं गेमिंग में को खुद से वो यूट्यूब देख के आया था, मैंने उल्टा दोस्तों में फैला दिया था कि खेलो मेरे साथ।
मैं बीमार हूँ तुम भी हो जाए,
वायरस मैंने फैलाया वाला। बस 2015 से लेके 18 तक जब तक मेरा बीकॉम पूरा कंप्लीट हुआ, उतने में मैंने ये फिगर आउट किया कि ये जितने भी फॉरेन यूट्यूबर हैं हम जिन्हें देख रहे हैं, इनके कमेंट सेक्शन में सारे इंडियन हैं।
यानी ये सब जो दुनिया भर के अच्छे अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं
उनमें भी इंडियन,
सारे कमेंट करने वाले इंडियंस हैं।
मेजॉरिटी मेरे को जो दिखते थे इंडियंस ही दिखते थे। और मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना मैं एक ऐसा कोई वीडियो बनाऊं उनसे इंस्पिरेशन लेके और अपलोड करूं। और मैंने वो वीडियो 2018 में अपलोड किया और वो इंस्टेंटली वही वीडियो जो उस सोच से बना था वायरल हो गया। उसके बाद मैंने स्पोर्ट्स में रिप्रेजेंट किया इंडिया को, अनिमेश से मिला 2018 में। हम लोगों ने कंपनी भी शुरू की अपनी SATUL।
इमॉर्टल नाम कैसे रख लिया? भारत में तो लोग इमॉर्टल की बात करते हैं,
लोग सब जगह मैं देख रहा हूँ इमॉर्टल नाम रख रहे हैं, तो मैंने बस
अच्छा कुछ नया कर
इमॉर्टल कर दिया उसको।
मेरा नाम पायल धारे है, सब लोग पायल गेमिंग के नाम से जानते हैं। मैंने इन सब के बाद स्टार्ट किया है एंड मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि मैं इंडिया की लीडिंग फीमेल क्रिएटर बनूंगी। मैं बहुत ही छोटे गांव से हूँ, मैं MP में एक छिंदवाड़ा करके जगह है, इंदौर के पास में ही है, तो मैं वहाँ की रहने वाली हूँ। मुझे गेमिंग में इंटरेस्ट था बट घर पे फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं थी। 12th तक भी हमारे पास घर पे फ़ोन नहीं था खुद का, तो गेमिंग में थोड़ा थोड़ा इधर उधर देखते रहते थे, या दोस्त के जो भाई वगैरह है वो कैफेज जाते थे गेम खेलने, तो वहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत नॉलेज आया कि गेमिंग भी कुछ होता है। तभी के टाइम पे यूट्यूब पे गेमिंग पॉपुलर होने लगी थी इंडिया में भी, तो मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना मैं भी इसको एक ट्राई दूँ और लड़कियों को भी एक ऐसा ऑप्शन मिले कि इसमें भी आप करियर बना सकते हो।
लड़कियों का इसमें आना कितना संभावनाएं बढ़ती हैं?
फिर सबसे बड़ी चीज़ यही है कि पेरेंट्स बहुत घबराते हैं कि बाहर जाके काम ना करें, एंड कई फैमिली में थोड़े रिस्ट्रिक्शंस भी होते हैं कि बच्चियों को मौका नहीं दिया जाता, तो उनके लिए ये बहुत ही अच्छा स्टेबल करियर ऑप्शन है। एंड जब मैंने शुरू किया था तो मेरे पास भी 100-200 ऐसे लड़कियों के मैसेज आते हैं कि हमने आपको देख के स्टार्ट किया, तो सर थोड़ा घबरा रही हूँ मैं।
थोड़ी सांस लीजिए फिर बात करते हैं।
मेरा नाम मिथिलेश पाटनकर है, मेरा गेमर नेम मिथपैट है। मैंने जो ट्राई किया है कि हमेशा से यूनिक कंटेंट देना है एंड आई थिंक उसी की वजह से लोग मुझे पसंद करते हैं। तो गेमिंग, एंटरटेनमेंट, मिमिक्री, ये सब मिलके मैं बनाता हूँ मेरे वीडियो।
पूरा सलाड बना देते
मैं चाहता था कि इंडिया से एक ऐसा कंटेंट मैं बनाऊं जो बाहर के लोग भी देखें, लोग अप्रिशिएट करें। आज से 2 साल पहले एक स्ट्रीमी अवार्ड्स होता है, बोलते हैं कि दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट अवार्ड। सो इंटरनेशनल कैटेगरी में आई वाज द ओनली इंडियन टू गेट नॉमिनेटेड एंड लॉस एंजलिस में अवार्ड होता है, सो आई गॉट दैट अवार्ड एंड आई थिंक दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ एक बहुत प्राउड अपॉर्चुनिटी थी मेरे लिए ये।
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम तीर्थ मेहता है, मैं भुज कच्छ गुजरात से हूँ और मैं 2014 से हार्टस्टोन नाम की एक गेम है उसमें compete कर रहा हूँ।
तो भुज में एक बीमारी कहाँ से आई?
सर ये तो ऐसा है ना कि हर कोने कोने में फैली हुई है अभी तो। लोग
आपको कच्छ में जानते हैं कि ऐसे कुछ कर रहे हैं आप?
हाँ, अभी तो मतलब बहुत सारे लोग
लेकर के जाना पड़ता है।
नहीं अभी तो
क्या आप मुझे देखिए मेरे पास तो ये है।
हाँ मतलब इनिशियली तो किसी को पता नहीं था, बट जब से ये मेडल हासिल हुआ है तब से काफ़ी मतलब कहे तो सब पहचानने लगे हैं।
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम है गणेश और लोग मेरे को एसके रॉसिया से जानते हैं और मैं बेंगलुरु से हूँ और मैं एक प्रोफेशनल ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट हूँ। जो मैं जब से कॉलेज में मैं गया, दोस्त लोग ने मेरे को गेम को इंट्रोड्यूस किया और जब मैं खेला अचानक से उधर जो भी लोग खेलते हैं उन सबसे अच्छा खेलने लगा। तो मेरे दिमाग में आया कि ये चीज़ मेरे को असली में मज़ा आता है करने में और इस पे मेरे को कुछ बड़ा करना है। मैं जब 17 ईयर ओल्ड था, मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया 2017 इंडोनेशिया में। तो जब मेरा सक्सेस मिला और मैं आई कुड टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, मेरा माँ बाप का जो ड्रीम था घर बनाने का वो मैं कराया और दोनों को जॉब से रिटायर कराया और अभी सब रिलेटिव्स बोलती बस।
आई वाज लाइक धक हो रहा था पूरा कि क्या बात करूं उनके सामने, बट आज जब मिला आई जस्ट लाइक जो भी मन में है, जो भी मेरा स्टोरी है, जो मेरे को जानता है वो सब बोल दिया मैं उनके सामने।
एक साथ आप लोग कितने घंटे खेलते हैं कंटिन्यू?
आई थिंक ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट जो होते हैं वो दिन के 6 से 7 घंटे प्रैक्टिस के देंगे, क्योंकि वो उनकी पूरी रूटीन होती है। वो दिन में उठने का समय, गेम का समय, डाइट, सब कुछ होता है। कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स का सर अगर मैं बताऊँ तो आई थिंक सब लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि दिन में 12 घंटे सिर्फ सोच ही रहे हैं और फिर हो सकता है वीडियो बनाने में वो 2 घंटे ही बन गए या फिर वो 10 दिन तक नहीं बने।
हमारे देश में क्रिएटिव की दृष्टि से गेम की दुनिया में कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना होगा?
पिछले 2 साल में जो कंटेंट बन रहा है इंडिया में यूट्यूब पे, वो बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल बन रहा है। लाइक सब ऑफकोर्स लोगों के पास फोन्स आ गए हैं, सबके पास अभी इंटरनेट एक्सेस आ गया, तो हम लोग ऐसा नया कंटेंट देख रहे हैं इंडिया में जो आई थिंक वर्ल्ड में किसी ने बनाया नहीं है। मैं शौक हो जाता हूँ कि इंडिया में इतना सस्ता है, इतना मतलब अच्छा है। इवन फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर गेमिंग बाजू में रखे तो एग्जाम्पल यूपीआई भी ऑल्सो सिस्टम जो बाहर इतना अच्छा नहीं, मतलब कोई सिस्टम नहीं है जो इंडिया में। इट्स अ ब्लेसिंग।
गेमिंग की दुनिया में आज करोड़ों बच्चे हैं, उनको ये मालूम है कि हमारे यहाँ इंटरनेट इतना सस्ता है, उसी के कारण उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी बनी है। पता है?
बिल्कुल
पता है। सर मैं तो खुद ही मानता हूँ सर कि
पूछोगे ना वो सबसे पहले बोलेगा फ्री इंटरनेट।
यहाँ पे जो भी बैठा है हम सब,
हमारी शुरुआत ही ऐसी हुई है सर।
जिस तरह से फ्री इंटरनेट, चीपेस्ट इंटरनेट आई थिंक इंडिया के टॉप 5 चीपेस्ट कंट्रीज में आते हैं। तो सर आज के दिन भारत में 15,000 गेम डेवलपर्स कहे जाते हैं एंड 1400-1500 से ज़्यादा गेम स्टूडियोज भी है। सर वैसे तो भारत में अगर आप देखो जो गेमिंग है 5 से 6 साल पहले ही इसकी बूम होनी शुरू हुई। 2019 में आई थिंक मैं बोलता हूँ कि गेमिंग काफ़ी स्पीड पकड़ी, रफ्तार पकड़ा और 2000
सब कुछ मेरे आने के बाद
जी।
एक ऐसी घटना बताइए किसी के साथ आपको गेमिंग के दरमियान कुछ और आपने कहा और एक स्पार्क कर गया, ऐसा कुछ याद आता है?
मेरे तो लाइव चैट में आया था, एक लड़का बोला था कि मेरा ब्रेकअप हो गया, तो मैंने बोला था कोई बात नहीं, तेरा भाई तेरे साथ है।
देखिए मान लीजिए कि मैं एक बिल्कुल स्टूडेंट हूँ और मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं है ये गेमिंग की दुनिया क्या है। परसेप्शन का ही मुझे पता है, जो ये बच्चे टाइम खराब करते हैं, पता नहीं दिन भर उसी में बैठा रहता है। मुझे याद है मैं परीक्षा पे चर्चा कर रहा था तो मैंने ऐसे कहा कि ये कुछ बच्चे ने मुझे उलट पुलट पूछा, मैंने कहा तो ये पबजी वाला लगता है, ये पबजी वाला है क्या?
वो तो मोमेंट था सर। जब आपने ये पबजी वाला है बोला था तो मैं उस समय पबजी में ही रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था इंडिया को, और मेरे रिलेटिव्स तब मेरे को ऐसे मम्मी को कॉल करके बोल रहे थे कि ये नमन को बोला था क्या तब मैं इतने उस रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था तो वो सबको पता था, तो कहीं आपने मुझे तो नहीं बोला हो, ये डाउट आ गया सबको।
ये एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जो अननोन है। ऐसी स्थिति में क्या आप लोगों को क्या अनुभव आता है जब बच्चों से बात करते हो, उनके परिवार से बात करते हो? कोई तो माँ बाप ये थे कि तुम बंद करो, मेरे बच्चे को बिगाड़ रहे हो।
ये तो सर अगर
पेरेंट्स मिलते हैं हमें, पेरेंट्स यही बोलते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों को बोलो कि पढ़ाई करे, सिर्फ आपके वीडियोस देखते रहते हैं। तो मैं
अच्छा फिर वो काम भी आप ही को कहते हैं।
बहुत बार न्यूज में देखा है कि पेरेंट्स का क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज करके बच्चों ने गेम्स में इन गेम पैसे होते हैं वो लिए, एंड वो चीज बहुत बड़ी न्यूज हो जाती है। उससे क्या होता है कि फिर हमें भी अफेक्ट हो जाता है उससे।
राइट नाउ मेरा एक ही गोल है कि अगर किसी बच्चे को भी ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट बनना है या बहुत स्किल लेवल पे टॉप लेवल पे खेलना है, उनको मैं कैसे गाइड करूं, उनका पेरेंट्स को मैं कैसे गाइड करूं, बिकॉज ये अवेयरनेस बहुत कम लोग के पास है।
घर में ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे स्पोर्ट्स एक एक्टिविटी जरूरी है या डांसिंग सीखना, माँ बाप चाहते हैं कि बच्चे को आना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो भी एक व्यक्तित्व के विकास का एक हिस्सा है। लेकिन ऐसी चीजों को प्रतिष्ठा मिलने में सदियों की एक पुरुषार्थ रहा है।
अगर देखी जाए हमारा देश स्पोर्ट्स में हमेशा बहुत आगे रहा। आज के दिन भारत का वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर स्पोर्ट क्रिकेट है, पर अगर 1983 वाली वर्ल्ड कप नहीं जीती तो मे बी सब लोग उतना क्रिकेट में नहीं जाते, और अगर मे बी देश में एक सचिन तेंदुलकर जैसे बड़े नाम नहीं आते तो सब लोग वो बनना नहीं चाहते। सर गेमिंग 5-6 साल पहले ही शुरू हुआ और आज काफ़ी लोग हैं इंडस्ट्री में, कम्युनिटी में हमारे जैसे गेमर जिन्होंने भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करके नाम कमाया है। तो सर आई थिंक आज कोई गेमिंग के लिए अगर ये पूछे कि ये क्यों करना है तो मैं उनको यही जवाब देता हूँ कि इसको आप साइड हसल रखिए।
जो लोग सोचते हैं अनऑर्थोडॉक्स है, बेकार चीज़ है, टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं लोग अपना, उसको करके आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर, अभी हम लोग प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर के रेजिडेंस में, तो वहाँ तक जाके उनसे बैठ के एक राउंड टेबल में बैठ के उनसे बातें कर सकते हो, तो वो बहुत अनरियल था। और फॉर श्योर लोग अब गेमिंग को एक अलग नज़रिए से देखें कि हाँ ये भी कुछ है और इसमें भी कुछ करा जा सकता है।
एज अ गेमर मैं कहूँगा कि ये मेन इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ जो पीएम सर ने मेंशन की कि डाउन द लाइन ग्रो करना है एक इंडस्ट्री को, तो उसमें एक पेरेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत ज़रूरी है।
उनका वही पेरेंटल एडवाइस, पेरेंट्स की सपोर्ट करना वो एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर है।
आपकी दृष्टि से मुझे बताने जैसी कोई चीज आपको लगती है, यार आपके कुछ मन में प्रश्न है, तो आप
क्या कोई रेगुलेटरी बॉडी हो सकती है?
रेगुलेट शब्द ठीक नहीं होगा, वरना सरकार का स्वभाव होता है हर चीज में हाथ डालना। सरकार का मूल नेचर ये है। अब दो चीजें होती है कि या तो आप उनको दबाने की कोशिश करो या तो कानूनी सारे बंधन लगा करके उनको अलग करो। दूसरा है कि आप चीज को समझो, समझ करके हमारे देश की रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार उसको मॉडिफाई करो, उसको कुछ कानून नियम व्यवस्था के अंदर ढांचा में लाओ, उसकी एक प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाओ। अगर प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ जाती है तो फिर बुरा करने वालों को बहुत देर लगती है। मेरी तो कोशिश है कि देश की स्थिति इतनी आगे ले जाए हम कि 2047 तक खास करके मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों की जिंदगी से सरकार बिल्कुल बाहर निकल जाए, वरना ये कागज लाओ, वो कागज लाओ, ये दो, यहाँ क्यों गया, वहाँ क्यों गया, उसी में ही जिंदगी फंसी हुई है। सरकार की जरूरत गरीब को होती है, उसको मुसीबत के समय सरकार मिलनी चाहिए।
सर आई थिंक एक चीज़ जो डेफिनेटली करा जा सकता है ईज ऑफ बिजनेस के लिए, सर ई स्पोर्ट्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए। ई स्पोर्ट्स को बहुत टेक्निकली जैसे स्पोर्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है, एक अलग से आइडेंटिफाई हो जाए कि स्किल बेस्ड गेमिंग है, इसमें कोई पैसों का गेम में पैसे लगा के पैसे जीतने वाला खेल नहीं है। सर अगर वो आइडेंटिफाई हो जाती है और सबको पता चल जाता है ये अक्रॉस ऑल गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ एंड ऑल बॉडीज़ जिनके साथ हमें फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजेक्शन भी करना पड़ता है, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होगा। रेगुलेटरी बॉडी ऐसा कि आपने कहा कि बंदिश वाली अभी इंडस्ट्री बनी नहीं है क्योंकि अभी बढ़ रही है, तो खुले में बढ़ने देंगे, पर साथ में अगर पुश मिलेगा तो कुछ साल बाद आई थिंक इंडस्ट्री रेडी रहेगी कि सरकार आके उसमें
नहीं, इसको कोई बंदिश की जरूरत नहीं, खुले में ही जाना चाहिए, तभी जाकर के ये फले फूलेगा। अगर बंदिश आएगी तो नहीं होगा। क्या आपको ये फेस करना पड़ता है गेमिंग एंड गैम्बलिंग, इन दोनों की लड़ाई आपके सामने आती होगी, तब आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
मतलब वो ऐसा समझते हैं कि हम जो
फर्स्ट टाइम मानते होंगे, बेस्ट टाइम मानते हैं।
हाँ, जैसे हम मतलब गेम्स खेलते वो काफ़ी अलग रहती है, बट वो ऐसे समझते अच्छा ये तो हम जैसे लूडो खेलते वैसी कोई गेम हो गई। बट वैसा नहीं है, वो हम कह सकते हैं कि चेस जैसी एक कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम्स हम मोस्टली खेलते हैं। इसमें बहुत सी मेंटल स्किल्स भी चाहिए रहती है, फिजिकल स्किल्स भी चाहिए रहती है।
सर आरएनजी और स्किल बेस्ड गेम को बहुत हाई टाइम के लिए डिफरेंशिएट करें। सर आज भारत के एथलीट्स जाके ओलंपिक्स में प्रपोज है, एशियन गेम्स, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में प्रपोज है।
आप लोग एक काम कीजिए, ये जो क्या समस्या है आपकी, मुझे कभी मेल कर दीजिए मेरे ऑफिस में, एग्जैक्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हैं आप।
इधर लाइक पेरेंट्स को जब उनके बच्चे लोग बोलते हैं कि गेमर बनना है, पेरेंट्स लोग को समझ में नहीं आता कि एक्चुअल गेमर क्या होता है, क्या करता है। गेमिंग मतलब गेमिंग, गैम्बलिंग भी समझ जाते हैं। तो उस रिगार्डिंग मोदी जी बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेनेशन किया कि गेमिंग अलग होता है, गैम्बलिंग भी अलग होता है, और हमने भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक्सप्लेन किया।
अब इतने सारी मात्रा में बच्चे जुड़ चुके हैं, उनको आप रोक नहीं सकते, तो उनको आप सही रास्ते पर ले जा सकते हो। तो सही रास्ते पर ले जाना है तो आपको लगता है डूज एंड डोंट्स, पढ़ाई करो, ये तो ठीक है, हम कह दिए तो पढ़ाई करो, और क्या क्या बातें आप सोचते हैं कि जिसको उसको केयर करना चाहिए।
बच्चे बिल्कुल चाहते हैं कि यही करे, तो हम लोग सर, मैं तो हमेशा अपनी स्ट्रीम पे क्लियर बोलता हूँ, कोई भी आके बोले कि भैया मुझे भी आपके जैसा बनना है, तो मैं तो साफ बोलता हूँ भाई अगर तुम्हें मेरे जैसा बनना है तो जैसे मैं चला वैसे चलो। मैंने कॉलेज किया, कॉलेज के साथ किया, मैंने जॉब करी, मैंने जॉब के साथ किया। जब तक नहीं चला मैंने ऐसा नहीं करा कि सब दुनियादारी छोड़ के मैं बस लगे रहा कि नहीं यही काम करेगा, यही काम करेगा।
आज के टाइम पे गेमिंग एंड स्पोर्ट्स मतलब उसमें 2 कैटेगरी आती है। जैसे ई स्पोर्ट्स में आप कम्पीट करते हो, और कंटेंट क्रिएशन में ऐसा है कि हम गेम के अराउंड वीडियोस बना रहे हैं, उसमें 4 दोस्त मिलके कुछ फन कर रहे हैं, तो वो लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम में।
जो मैं समझ रहा हूँ आपकी बातों से 3 स्टेज है। एक तो है जो गेम खेलने के लिए आने वाला खिलाड़ी है, दूसरे वो लोग हैं जरा क्रिएटिव माइंड के हैं, तो उस गेम उसका लाइव स्क्रीनिंग ये वगैरह करके के बाद में छोटा सा वीडियो बनाना, इसमें थोड़ा रंग भर देना वो। और तीसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण है कि गेम इटसेल्फ बनाना, कैसी हमारी जो गेम्स हैं जो बनी है अब तक जो आई है उसकी क्या।
तो अभी आई थिंक 2020 में आपने स्टेटमेंट दिया था कि मेक इन इंडिया के अराउंड गेम्स बनाने प्रमोट कर रहे हैं आप, तो उसके बाद आई थिंक काफ़ी इम्प्रूवमेंट आया है उसमें, और जो वो पूरी इंडस्ट्री है उसमें भी काफ़ी स्कोप बढ़ा है।
हिंदुस्तान की कौन सी थीम है जो लोगों को आकर्षित कर रही है, या आप लोगों को लगता है कि ये क्लिक कर सकती है? क्योंकि जो वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड की आती है उसमें तो मारो काटो दौड़ो भागो यही आता है। जैसे हमारे पंचतंत्र है, क्या कभी किसी ने उसमें माइंड अप्लाई किया है?
अभी डेवलपमेंट में जो बोर्ड गेम्स हमारे पुराने खेले जाते थे, जैसे अष्टो चौकड़ी करके एक गुजराती में हम छोटे थे तब से वो गेम खेल रहे, तो अभी उसके जो है वो डिजिटल वर्जन अभी रिलीज हो। बाकी यही है कि हमारी जो मिथोलॉजी है जो उसके अराउंड काफ़ी गेम्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं।
दुनिया आज एक बहुत बड़ी चर्चा करती है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की, क्लाइमेट के इश्यूज हैं, दुनिया में अलग अलग तरीके अपनाए हैं। मैंने दुनिया के सामने अलग विषय रखा है, मैंने कहा है मिशन लाइफ, और लाइफ शब्द से मेरा मतलब है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। अगर मान लीजिए मैं एक ऐसी गेम बनाऊं जो क्लाइमेट की चैलेंज को कैसे हम मिट करेंगे, कौन से रास्ते होंगे, किस किस रास्ते से जाएंगे, किस रास्ते से ज़्यादा सफलता मिलेगी, सरलता मिलेगी। जैसे हम लोग स्वच्छता के विषय को लेकर के ही गेम बने और हर बच्चा खेले। भारत के जो वैल्यूज़ हैं वो नई पीढ़ी उसको जीना सीखे, उसका महत्व समझे और उसको बैकग्राउंड इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले।
जैसे हम सभी को गेमिंग इन्फ्लुएंसर्स कहा जाता है, वैसे ही आप इंडिया के सबसे बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं जिसकी बात सब सुन के मानते भी है। जब आपकी ये बात बाहर आएगी तो मुझे लगता है 100% लोग इस वे में सोचेंगे।
सर यहाँ पे जो आप कह रहे हो ना, वैसे एक कैटेगरी है, जैसे शूटिंग गेम्स हो गए, वैसे एक कैटेगरी है गेम्स फॉर चेंज करके, जिसमें जैसे आपने जो ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम्स बताया, या फिर ऐसे छोटे छोटे जैसे अफ्रीका में ऐसी बहुत सी कंट्रीज है जो स्पेसिफिकली वहाँ की पॉवर्टीज कम करने के लिए या वहाँ के कोई जो लोकल इश्यूज है उसको अवेयरनेस उसके लिए बढ़ाने के लिए ऐसी गेम्स स्पेसिफिकली स्टूडियोज बनाते हैं। तो आई थिंक ऐसे गेम्स इंडियन स्टूडियोज भी कैचअप कर सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि डाउन द लाइन 2-3 साल में तो ऐसे गेम्स आएंगे जाएंगे भी और वो आगे जाके पॉपुलर भी होंगे, जो कहेंगे हम कि सिर्फ इंडिया के भी नहीं बट ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम्स को भी एड्रेस करेंगे।
मुझे उनकी एक बात जो बहुत अच्छी लगी एंड शायद मैं भी उस चीज़ को बहुत ज़्यादा कैरी फॉरवर्ड करूँ, अपने ऑडियंस तक भी पहुँचाऊँ, वो ये रहेगा कि आप गेम डेवलपमेंट में घुसो, थोड़े से ऐसे गेम्स डेवलप करो जो हमारे कल्चर या इंडिया कैसे चलता है या हमारा क्लाइमेट या व्हाटएवर ज्योग्राफी, इन सब चीज़ों को देखकर ऐसे गेम्स बनाओ एंड उन चीज़ को हम लोग पुश करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तो आई गेस दिस इज समथिंग दैट आई वुड टेक फ्रॉम हिम।
उन्होंने जो इन्वायरमेंट के लिए चीज़ें बताई कि जो गेम डेवलपर्स हैं उनको इन्वायरमेंट पे फोकस करके इंडिया की ऐसी गेम बनाना चाहिए जिसमें इन्वायरमेंट और हमारे जो क्लीननेस है उसकी तरफ ध्यान देने के लिए, आई थिंक वो मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा।
क्या ओपन सोर्स गेम का होता है कि गेम है उसमें 2 चैप्टर किसी और ने जोड़ दिए, 2 स्टेप्स किसी और ने जोड़ दिए, क्योंकि आप जो कहते हैं ना जिसकी उम्र कम होती है, हाँ, उसको जो मॉर्टल है उसको इमॉर्टल बनाना है तो फिर हमें ओपन सोर्स करे और उसमें नई नई चीजों को जोड़ने के लिए उसको ओपन करे। तो हो सकता है कि मान लीजिए हमने हनुमान के कैरेक्टर के ऊपर कोई बनाया जी, तो लोगों का भी ओपन सोर्स है, आप हनुमान के नई नई चीजें लेके आइए, तो हो सकता है वो। हाँ सर, बहुत सारे देखिए ये हमारी टीवी सीरियल जैसा काम है, हमारे टीवी सीरियल को एंड ही नहीं है। हाँ। उसका नई नई पोस्ट जोड़ते जाते हैं।
सर हम लोग ने वैसे थोड़ा कुछ आपके लिए सोच के रखा था कि आपसे हम लोग इतना कुछ सीखा है, आपको हम लोग गेमिंग का थोड़ा डिक्शनरी आपको सिखाना चाह रहे थे। तो सर एक गेम है जो अमित पैट आप समझा दो हम लोग क्या करेंगे सर के।
बेसिकली सर हम गेमिंग में कैसे होता है कि हम लोग मैच के अंदर बिजी रहते हैं तो हम लोग ज़्यादा बातचीत नहीं कर सकते एक दूसरे के साथ, तो हम लोग ना टर्म यूज़ करते हैं जिससे क्या होता है कि एक दूसरे के साथ हम लोग कम्युनिकेट कर सके ईजिली।
हर एक की अपनी एक टर्मिनोलॉजी बोलते हैं। आप देखिए सरकार में जाइए तो सरकारी जो अधिकारी होंगे वो शॉर्ट फॉर्म में ही बोलेंगे,
भी बोलते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी
वैसे ही शॉर्ट फॉर्म हो जाता है।
सर पर आपको 1-2 वर्ड्स तो हम लोग बता के जाएंगे और आप हमें फिर बताइएगा कि आप कौन से सेंटेंस में उसको यूज करेंगे।
ऐसा है, मेरा एक शब्द है P2G2, तो मेरा वो P2G2 शब्द ये है प्रो पीपल गुड गवर्नेंस, P2G2।
अच्छा एक और है नूब। नूब का मतलब होता है कोई ऐसा जिसको कुछ बहुत मेहनत करने के बाद।
देखिए मैं चुनाव सभा में अगर बोलूंगा,
अरे नहीं,
आप लोग सोचोगे मैं किसके लिए बोल रहा हूँ। अगर मैं बोल दूंगा आप तो लोग उसके लिए बोला है।
ग्राइंड करके एक वर्ड होता है, तो ये तो खैर आप गेम में भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप कहीं भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। ग्राइंड मतलब सर मेहनत करना हो गया बेसिकली। जैसे अगर मैं माइनक्राफ्ट खेलता हूँ तो मुझे उसमें एक एक चीज़ सीखने के लिए ग्राइंड करना पड़ता। तपना सर, तपना, हिंदी में आसान भाषा में तपना।
और दूसरा है सर GT है, गॉट टू है। मतलब हम जनरली कोई भी गेमिंग सेशन एंड करते हैं तो दोस्तों को कहते हैं कि अभी मैं क्लोज कर रहा हूँ, जाना है, तो हम टाइप करते हैं GT,
गॉट टू। चलो AFK मतलब अवे फ्रॉम कीबोर्ड, यानी कि आप गेम खेल रहे हो, 4 लोग एक टीम में एक साथ खेल रहे हैं, अचानक से मम्मी ने बुला दिया कि खाना रेडी हो गया, तो वो फोन इधर ऐसे छोड़ के जाएंगे तो वो मतलब गेम में हार जाएंगे। तो टीम मेंबर्स आके हमें, अगर हम चाहते कि टीम मेंबर्स को समझे कि सुनो मैं जा रहा हूँ लेकिन मेरी जगह तुम लोग लो, तो हम लोग AFK लिखते हैं, अवे फ्रॉम कीबोर्ड, मतलब मैं नहीं हूँ पर तुम लोग संभाल लो।
यानी एक दूसरे को कह कर के जाते हैं, इतनी डिसिप्लिन फॉलो करते हैं।
और सर सबसे बड़ी चीज आपको कूलेस्ट PM कहा जाता है हमारी साइड में। अगर कि सबसे कूल अगर कोई है तो वो हमारे PM है। एंड आप जैसे मतलब हमारी और आपकी उम्र में काफी डिफरेंस है, लेकिन फिर भी एक
नहीं, आपने किसने बताई?
आप वेट करो,
ये मीडिया में सब आता है, वो सच मत मानो।
हाँ मतलब सर आप भी जेंजी है हमारे।
हाँ, मैं कलर करके बाल वाइट रखता हूँ ताकि जहाँ लोगों को लगे कि मैं मैच्योर हूँ।
आपने एक मुझे याद है, मुझे बहुत बार गई थी यूट्यूब फैन फेस्ट में, आपने जब सर सिंपल चीज वही लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब सब लोग पागल हो गए।
आप लोग को कूलेस्ट PM को गेमर टैग देना चाहिए। हम लोग सब गेमर्स के नाम है, सर का कोई नाम नहीं है।
नाम
इंडिया ने मुझे बहुत पहले से नाम दे के रखा है, नमो।
तो वो हम लोग क्या कहते हैं, नमो OP।
सर OP is
ओवरपावर्ड।
और आपको सबसे ज्यादा ही overpowered।
सबसे ज्यादा पावर।
सर अभी कुछ आपके साथ गेम्स
चलिए।
हैं।
सर हम बहुत एक्साइटेड है आपको गेमिंग सिखाने के लिए।
आपको ये पहनाता हूँ।
करके
हाँ लूज फुल लूज।
सिर्फ हाथ मूव करना है।
हाँ।
आगे पीछे मारना।
जोर से मारिए, हाँ मारिए। मतलब फर्स्ट गो में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने किया, वी वर माइंड ब्लोन।
इंडिया के सब गेमर आज खुश हो गए हैं।
वाओ।
कैसा था आपका अनुभव ये खेल के? अच्छा ही है, लेकिन सब आप इतनी जल्दी अडैप्ट भी कर लिया, एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने आप लोगों से ट्रेनिंग लिया।
ये देखिए राइट नीचे आना है ना।
किसी को नहीं मिल सकता, उतना मुश्किल है मिलना। जो मौका हमको मिला तो दिस विल बी द बेस्ट मोमेंट ऑफ माई लाइफ वेयर वी प्लेड गेम्स।
आप अंदर चले जाइए यहाँ से। देखिए अब यहाँ पे आ गए आप, स्पीड भी बढ़ चुकी है अब।
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि ये एक इंडियन गेम है, फर्स्ट टाइम मतलब सर खेल रहे हैं।
क्या बात है, पहुंच गए।
गेम इतनी ही है कि
नहीं गेम तो बहुत बड़ा है। इनको मिलेगा एक त्रिशूल मिलता है यहाँ पर, तो वो त्रिशूल लेके फिर उनको आगे बढ़ना होता है। ये देखिए ये त्रिशूल है यहाँ पे, तो जैसे ये इन्होंने ई दबाएंगे तो इनको ये त्रिशूल मिल जाएगा। अब इनको पहला हथियार अपना वेपन मिल चुका है। अब ये लेके वो आगे लॉर्ड विष्णु एंड माँ दुर्गा के गाइडेंस से अपने भाई को बचाएंगे। ये पूरे गेम का शुरुआत और पहलू है। एक बात तो है, हम लोग इतने टाइम से इंस्पायर कर रहे लोगों को गेमिंग करने के लिए। हाँ। आज आपने हमारे जितना इंस्पायर एक दिन में कर दिया।
यानी आप लोगों का कितना समय जाता होगा इसमें देखता हूँ।
सर आपको कैसा लगा आज गेमर्स से बात करके?
मैं अभी नया हूँ इस दुनिया में, तो मैं बहुत सोचूंगा इस पर। युवा पीढ़ी का भला भी हो
जी सर,
और इसका एक पॉजिटिव क्रिएटिव उपयोग कैसे हो। मुझे ऐसे, मैं चाहता हूँ हमारे लोग इसमें आगे जाएं और हम दुनिया में चीजों को लेके जाएं।
सो सर अभी हम लोग स्टम्बल गाइस करके गेम खेल रहे हैं। तो कोड है, रूम कोड है सबका 982981।
ओके, ज्वाइन एवरीवन, ज्वाइन।
ऐसे इस गेम में कैरेक्टर्स होते हैं जिनको आगे आगे जाना होता है, रेस होती है, ऑब्स्टैकल्स होते हैं।
आपके कैरेक्टर का नाम नमो है।
ये जो अस्टिक है, हाँ ये सर आपका कैरेक्टर है और ये जंप बटन है।
मैं पूरा दिमाग खपाऊंगा
अगर आप इसको ऐसे फिंगर रख के मुंह ऊपर की तरफ करोगे तो आगे की तरफ मैं आगे जाता हूँ। सर आप तो इसको आप यहाँ पे सर हाथ रखिए और इसको टच स्क्रीन के जैसे ऊपर की तरफ कीजिए।
चलिए सर, चलिए इधर जंप करना है। जैसे ही नीचे जाएगा राइट वाला बटन दबाना है आपको। चलो कोई बात नहीं,
बहुत बढ़िया,
बट
बहुत मजा आया,
बहुत मजा आया गाइस। सर से सक्सेसफुली हमने मोबाइल गेम खिलवाया
स्पीक इन इंडिया।
भगवान करे मुझे इसकी आदत ना लगे।
सबके साथ ये तो बनता है।
हम लोग कुछ चीजें लाए थे आपसे साइन कराने के लिए जो हमारे गेमिंग से जुड़े। आप 2 मिनट विराजमान हो जाते तो टेबल पे।
फॉर श्योर, नमो ओपी।
आप लोग एक काम शुरू कीजिए, हर एक को कहिए कि खुद की सिग्नेचर अपनी मातृभाषा में करें।
लोग अब गेमिंग को एक अलग नजरिए से देखें कि हाँ ये भी कुछ है और इसमें भी कुछ करा जा सकता है।
ये पहना दीजिएगा।
अच्छा, इसको पहनोगे? शाबाश।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
सर आपके साथ मुझे कैसे फोटोज कर दो ऐसे गेम में हम। हाँ
चलिए।
I think Indian gaming peaked today. Who is the biggest influencer in India? It's our Prime Minister. हमने उनसे मिले।
Good one. भाई यकीन नहीं हो रहा ना। Good stuff. मजा आ गया।
आउट ऑफ वर्ड्स है हम लोग अभी।
मम्मी पापा तुम्हारा बेटा मोदी जी के साथ मिल गया है।
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? Arey, it's antibacterial.
Scratch resistant also.
The plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? Arey, it's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
The plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो
Good evening and welcome viewers. The BJP says that the fact that the bombers behind the Bengaluru blast in the Rameshwaram cafe were the fact that they were found in Bengal today proves that Bengal under Mamata Banerjee is a safe haven for terrorists. Big charge to make, and that might not be entirely correct. But will Mamata Banerjee be bold enough to accept that Islamist terrorism is a threat to the entire world and to India? Would secularities like Mamata Banerjee and the Vadra Congress government in Karnataka both accept that it was a terrible mistake to downplay the Rameshwaram cafe blast?
Very warm welcome viewers. We are live in Breaking Republic TV and I am Rakhta Mishra with you this Saturday. Let's get started with all the top story making headlines. BJP to release poll manifesto in presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Battle for Mandi heats up. Sources tell Republic that Congress mulling to field Vikramaditya Singh from Mandi. RJD releases manifesto for polls calling it Parivartan Patra with a list of 24 promises for elections 2024. NIA gets 10-day custody of Bengaluru cafe blast mastermind Taha and bomber Shazib, who were nabbed from Kolkata. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah calls Prime Minister Modi enemy of democracy, accuses him of upholding ideologies of Hitler. A mass stabbing spree at Bondi Junction Mall in Sydney has left at least 6 dead and multiple people critically injured. We begin with news from Australia. At the Bondi Junction shopping centre in Sydney, multiple individuals have been stabbed while police fatally shot the attacker. Incident has sparked concerns and investigations into the circumstances surrounding this violent act, this horrific act. Now, Australian federal authorities have confirmed that there have been at least 5 victims who have been killed in this knife attack at the Bondi Junction. Take a look at this report to know more.
It's a Saturday, and it being the weekend, families from across Sydney were at a mall near Bondi Junction. Australia was shocked by its deadliest attack in 8 years. 2 men, one armed with a long knife, went on a stabbing rampage in the mall. 6 people have been killed and several others injured, including a 9-month-old baby. in the mass stabbing at a busy shopping mall in Sydney. The visuals going viral on social media showed people running for their lives. Some ran, leaving all their belongings, and some locked themselves inside shops. There were some lying in a pool of blood, and some of them were trying to help the injured escape from the stabber. Listen in to this heart-wrenching testimony.
I was hiding in the back room and I was just hearing gunshots. It's just like the worst thing ever. Like, who does that to people?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you saw a guy with a machine?
Yes. And then I saw a woman lying on the floor in Chanel, so...
The suspect, who police said acted alone, was shot dead at the scene by a lone officer. NSW's Assistant Commissioner Anthony Cook said a senior police inspector was nearby when the attack unfolded. She arrived on the scene first and was alone when she engaged with the attacker. She shot the offender when he raised a knife at her. The Prime Minister of Australia condoled the incident and expressed regret over the attack.
I've been personally engaged in this since I became Prime Minister, consistent with the statements that I made as opposition leader. I believe this must be brought to a conclusion and that Mr Assange has already paid a significant price, and enough is enough. There's nothing to be gained by Mr Assange continued.
The area has been cordoned off and people are advised to stay out of the crime scene.
Got to Bondi Junction. He left the centre very shortly after and returned about 3:20. As he moved through the centre, he engaged with about 9 people. It is clear that during that engagement he caused harm to those people, we believe, by stabbing them with a weapon he was carrying.
The cops have confirmed that there were 2 suspects. The federal agents are on standby for any joint terrorism operation. A manhunt has been launched to nab the alleged accomplice. Agency report, Republic TV.
The identity is yet to be revealed about the attacker. As of now, prima facie, it has been a lone wolf attack. However, it remains to be seen if at all there is a terror angle to it or not. However, now we move on to some other stories. Well, this is on Siachen Day, how the Indian Army observed Siachen Day with full solemnity and reverence to remember and honor the heroes of Siachen for their courage and fortitude in the world's highest battlefield. Take a look at how our soldiers celebrated this day.
13th April 1984, with Operation Meghdoot, Indian Army redefined high-altitude warfare. Operation Meghdoot involved the first assault on the world's highest battlefield. The result was the Indian troops gaining control of the entire Siachen Glacier. Operation Meghdoot has been a remarkable journey of technological progress and logistical advancements. Over the last 4 decades, significant efforts have been made to enhance infrastructure and habitat on the Siachen Glacier. Mobile and data connectivity strengthened with the introduction of VSAT technology. This technology revolutionized communication on the glacier, providing troops with crucial data and internet connectivity. The soldiers on the Siachen Glacier fight extreme cold just to guard their beloved nation. '40th Siachen Day. Fire and Fury Corps remember the brave hearts who sacrificed their life in the line of duty. India celebrates 4 decades of valor at the highest battlefield on earth. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So that's how the Indian Army had actually celebrated the forces' valor and courage on this day. Now we shift focus to some other stories. Just days after Prime Minister emphasized the significance of stable India-China relations, Beijing announced that significant strides had been made in resolving the border standoff along the line of control. According to senior Foreign Ministry official, both nations have achieved substantial positive advancements with continuous close communication being maintained. Here's a report.
Just days after PM Modi underlined the importance of stable India-China relations, Beijing has also come forward and stated that the two countries have made great positive changes and are working towards resolving the border standoff.
中方注意到了莫迪总理的有关表态，健康稳定的中印关系符合双方的共同利益，也有利于本地区乃至世界的和平与发展。边界问题不是中印关系的全部，应当将其放在中印关系的适当位置，加以妥善管控。
Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning's comments provided additional context to China's response following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent statement. Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of ties with Beijing for New Delhi and stressed the urgency of addressing the prolonged situation at the borders. Ning's remarks further elaborated on China's stance in light of the statement. In an interview with Newsweek magazine, Prime Minister Modi expressed optimism by the way of positive and constructive bilateral interactions at both diplomatic and military levels. However, India has maintained that normalcy cannot be restored until the situation at the border remains hostile. The two sides have so far held 21 rounds of core commander level talks to resolve the standoff. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
From the Indian Army's Three Shakti Corps demonstrating their missile prowess to the Gujarat Corps showcasing their formidable strength and the North and Western commands flexing their military muscle, our jawans stand tall as the guardians of our borders, ensuring our peace of mind, our safety, our security. Now, in a breathtaking display of courage, valor and unmatched combat expertise, witness these brave soldiers thundering forward, leaving our adversaries envious and in awe. Here's something you cannot miss. Take a look.
Battery target duo, over.
Amidst the majestic Himalayan peaks of Sikkim, the Indian Army's Three Shakti Corps recently showcased its prowess in a thrilling display of skill and precision. With a high-altitude anti-tank guided missile drill, at a breathtaking altitude of 17,000 feet. The forces demonstrated unwavering commitment to combat readiness and excellence, with participation from missile firing detachments representing mechanized and infantry units from across the Eastern Command. The exercise was a testament to the Army's preparedness to navigate the challenging mountainous terrain of the region. That's not all. Since the last week, the Indian Armed Forces are thundering with unparalleled display of courage and valor. Recently, the Gujarat Corps of the Indian Army echoed with the spirit of unity as special forces. Army Aviation and CAPFs converged for integrated firing exercises at the Mandala Field firing range. Watch this show of strength. Now, get ready to witness the breathtaking combat free-fall skills of the Western Command Indian Army in a joint exercise with the Indian Air Force. Northern Command also put on show of military might. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And now slogans of Modi hai to mumkin hai were raised and posters were also waved inside Bhopal's Aliganj Hydri Mosque. Now remember, Muslim Bohra community was raising these slogans in unison. And remember, Prime Minister has long shared a special connect with the Bohra community even before he became the Prime Minister. Take a look at this report to know more.
Watch as a Muslim Bohra community waved posters of Prime Minister and raised Ab Ki Baar 400 Par pledge.
हमारे वज़ीर आज़म नरेंद्र मोदी की बहुत कदर करते हैं क्योंकि सैयदना साहब के साथ में उन्होंने काफ़ी जो है अपना घर जैसा रिश्ता बनाया है और सैयदना साहब भी उनकी बहुत कदर करते हैं। हम आपसे दुआ करते हैं कि खुदा आपको कामयाबी दे।
BJP candidate Lok Sharma, who was also present, was given a warm welcome by the Bohra community. Prime Minister Modi has shared a special connect with the Daudi Bohras for past many years. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Shifting focus to Karnataka now, the terror nexus responsible for the Bengaluru cafe blast, which left 10 people injured on the morning of 1st of March, has been busted. The mastermind behind the blast is Taha and the bomber Hussain. They were both nabbed from Kolkata, where they were hiding, and they have been brought back to Bengaluru, where a judge granted them a 10-day NIA custody. Take a look at this report to know the latest.
A devastating bomb blast laid waste to one of the most popular cafes in Bengaluru on the 1st of March. India's top anti-terror agency, NIA, was roped in to lead the hunt for the terrorists who had orchestrated the attack. And now, within 45 days, the agency has busted the vicious ISIS terror nexus and the terrorist trio responsible for the devastation. Terrorist Musawir Hussain Shazib, who had placed the bomb at the cafe, and Abdul Mateen Taha, the mastermind of the blast, were arrested from Bengal. As per sources, the two men had been living in West Bengal for 3 weeks, checking into small hotels and living under aliases before the central agency zeroed in on them. The two arrested terrorists were produced at an NIA court, which granted a 3-day transit remand, following which they were brought back to Bengaluru. Republic also managed to access CCTV footage from the hotels where the two accused were staying in. The two terrorists, who claimed they were from Maharashtra, had moved from hotel to hotel in different parts to avoid suspicion. They had also presented different fake Aadhaar cards at each hotel they were in. The two accused were brought to Bengaluru during the wee hours of Saturday morning and taken to the detention cell in Madiwala. Later on Saturday, the two terrorists were sent to St. John's Hospital for medical checkup and then produced before a magistrate.
The special court of the NIA's magistrate has now gone ahead and granted the National Investigation Agency a 10-day custody of both the accused, Abdul Mateen Taha as well as Musafir Shazib Hussain as well. And it is being understood that both the accused will be taken to the blast site as well, and a spot inquest will be conducted to essentially go ahead and understand as to what happened during the course of going ahead and placing the bomb. And they will also be looking at the mode of payments through the dark web via crypto wallets for all these anti-national activities which had been carried out by various ISIS modules across the course of time in Karnataka.
Meanwhile, CM Siddaramaiah congratulated the NIA team's efforts.
Thank NIA and also the Karnataka police people. They could able to trace the accused persons and arrested them in Kolkata. ಅವರು ಈಗ ಕಲ್ಕತ್ತಾದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ.
With the blast mastermind now in custody for the next 10 days, it remains to be seen as to what else the NIA is going to uncover regarding the ISIS terror nexus and its foreign handler. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And polls are just a few days away, and a unique voter awareness initiative, a parasailing activities, were arranged to create voter awareness. The activity was part of the SWEEP, SWEEP outreach initiative planned for Chennai. Take a look at this report to know more.
Ahead of the parliamentary general election, the district election officer J. Radhakrishnan took to the skies at Chennai's Thiruvanmiyur beach to increase voter awareness in the region. The activity was organized as part of the 18 sweep outreach initiatives planned for Chennai. He urged the residents to turn out in huge numbers to cast their votes. The officer also conducted a training course for the election micro-observers working in the polling centers in Chennai and stressed the need for 100% voting in the upcoming Lok Sabha election. All 39 seats in Tamil Nadu will vote in a single phase on the 19th of April, with the counting of votes scheduled for the 4th of June. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial. Scratch resistant also. But plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Election time. Will there be reasons for abuse of artificial intelligence? Well, that's the question most have around AI now. The best news is how India has very fast gained leadership in AI implementation across fields. India's leadership in artificial intelligence is showing results in the fields of finance, health, education, and more. A recent study by IBM titled the IBM Global AI Adoption Index 2023 revealed that a staggering 59% of surveyed Indian enterprises have actively deployed AI in their businesses. This figure, as per the report, is the highest among the countries surveyed, suggesting a particularly enthusiastic embrace of AI by Indian corporations. Early adopters are leading the charge with significant investments in AI research and development and employee reskilling initiatives observed in the past 2 years. Despite this positive outlook, the IBM report also identifies roadblocks that could further impede AI adoption. The most prominent challenge is a talent gap. Companies require skilled professionals who can develop, implement, and manage AI systems effectively. A dearth of such individuals could...
Welcome back. Now we get you all the election-related stories from the length and breadth of the country. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi reveals that 22 people in India have the same wealth as 70 crore people and claimed that Prime Minister Modi extended support to them. He argued that unemployment, inflation and participation are not the main issues, but Prime Minister's activities are.
हिंदुस्तान में 22 लोग हैं जिनके पास उतना ही धन है जितना 70 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी लोगों के पास है। नरेंद्र मोदी 24 घंटा इन 22-25 लोगों की मदद करते रहते हैं।
Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and National Conference leader Umar Abdullah will not discuss Mia Altaf's health status until he confirms his absence from elections. Listen in.
पहले चॉइस के उम्मीदवार पे तो मियां साहब ही थे और फिलहाल जब तक हम मियां साहब के मुंह से नहीं सुनते कि वो इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ सकते, हमारे उम्मीदवार मियां साहब ही रहेंगे। अभी देखते हैं आगे क्या करना होगा।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath urged Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to address pending problems in UP and Uttarakhand. He attributed the problems to Congress, which created issues like partition, terrorism, casteism, corruption and separatism. He also went on to say that Narendra Modi has transformed India as it has emerged in the last decade. MNS Chief Raj Thackeray announced his support for Narendra Modi on Gudi Padwa, stating that he had initially opposed the Modi government due to its progress in schemes like Ram Mandir and NRC. However, he emphasized that Modi has made significant steps in India's progress and will present important schemes for Maharashtra. Thackeray also urged party workers to support the Mahayuti candidates wherever possible, despite his Gujarati heritage. Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi highlighted issues in Pattanamthitta in Kerala, including multiple election failures, higher NRI population and connectivity challenges, despite contributing significantly to the state.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a Thailand.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Scratch resistant also.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a Thailand.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
कांग्रेस किस वोट बैंक को खुश करना चाहती थी? साथियों, कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोगों को देश के ज्यादातर लोगों की भावनाओं की कोई परवाह नहीं है। इन्हें लोगों की भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ करने में मजा आता है। ये लोग सावन में एक सजायाफ्ता जो सजा कोर्ट ने जिसको सजा की है, जो जमानत पर है, ऐसे एक मुजरिम के घर जाके सावन के महीने में मटन बनाने का मौज ले रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उसका वीडियो बना करके देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। कानून किसी को भी
West seems to have a very enthusiastic interest of late, Mr. Jaishankar, on the domestic politics, especially before the elections. It's not accidental. I mean, it doesn't appear accidental. I'm sure not to you either.
So I think politically this needs to be countered. Alternative narratives need to be out there. And by the way, we are today confident enough, strong enough and independent-minded enough that we will not be swayed by what you are.
So it won't matter to us.
We will do our own thing and we will counter it by our actions.
So will the pressure work?
My way of responding to 10 years of pressure, one is by answering back, but the other is by doing things in India. That when you have a government which says, look, this is a democracy that delivers, we will use technology, we will do good governance, we will ensure that socio-economic benefits will be delivered on a mass scale. And this will expose the people who espoused an earlier model. This is one way of doing it.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Scratch resistant also.
But plates? Kane bhai, it's a Thailand.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Recess to the sound of the bell immediately.
You've heard the secondary motion. I heard a second. All in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. All opposed, vote no. Ayes have it, so ordered.
We're in a real moment right now.
Mr. Jaishankar, thank you. I've really been looking forward to this, and great fan of your style, the way you speak, the way your forthright nature, and your vocabulary and your
coming
style.
From you, Arnab, that's a high compliment.
No, I want to get rid of the fanboy part first. But I must say that we've been following everything that you've done for the country, and I've looked forward to this interview. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Pleasure, good to be here.
Thank you, sir. So we are in the middle of a general election, and I want to address as many news points as possible in the course of this interview. Broad question, how comfortable are you in the middle of an election season? We've seen you going out a lot of late, speaking to people, select groups. You were there at the signing of papers of some of our
yes,
candidates of the BJP.
Yes.
But are you really comfortable with politics, like rough and tumble of it?
I am. I think it's a transition. It's a journey. Now, 5 years is a long time. Okay, so if you'd asked me this question 2019, maybe 2020, but these 5 years have been very intense. In a way, COVID was a period of and not just enormous responsibility, but a time when all of us as ministers went out among people, tried to actually motivate people, to support people. So I think what's happened in these 5 years, a combination of experiences, challenges, time, and frankly, the cabinet colleagues around me, from whom, often you learn by just working alongside. I think the combination of all of this, I think by now I've reached a reasonable level of comfort.
I'm sure with seasoned diplomat you manage the political issues well, but at the time of joining the BJP and later after that, was it ever a thought that joining politics is going to come in the way of your own views, perhaps? Because you're not a career politician. I mean, did you feel, you'll have to compromise or change your line on some issues, or come into agreement with something the BJP thinks for you personally may not be against us? And as a lateral entrant, and you're much more than a lateral entrant, is that at the back of your mind somewhere?
No, I wouldn't say that, because mine was a peculiar case. Okay. Yes. I became a minister when I was not a member of parliament, and more important, when I was not a member of a political party. Okay, so on the day I was sworn in as a minister, I was not a member of the BJP. Okay, and I must say it was not that anybody pressed me to become a member. They gave me my space, they gave me my time. So, in fact, I think I had quite a few weeks to think it over. And for me, the occasion was I was preparing to file my own nomination papers to Rajya Sabha in Gujarat. I could have filed it as an independent.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you?
Because I felt, one, comfortable in the BJP. I felt I'd had a chance to talk to, obviously, not just Prime Minister, but other colleagues as well. And I felt, if you are a part of a team, you need to be a full member, someone who's getting into it wholeheartedly. So I gave it. It's not that I didn't think about it. I reflected a lot, and frankly, it was one of those situations where I was debating with myself. I mean, it was not an issue I could share with anybody else. But I took a few weeks, and because I found that on a whole lot of issues, what the BJP felt, what the BJP was doing, was very much aligned with what would have been my own view, what was my own view. And some of it I also, I'm a political scientist by academic training. Diplomats anyway are very sort of avid observers of politics, including their own country's politics. So I was quite familiar with many aspects of the BJP's thinking. In our own history, BJP was a party which espoused exercising the nuclear option very, very clearly, very early on. BJP was a party which felt that on Pakistan, on terrorism, on POK, we should take a strong stand. BJP was a party which had a very clear view on Article 370, something which resonated with me for many, many years. I mean, well before it became an issue in 2019. Or BJP had a certain view on China. BJP had a view on the United States. BJP had a view on Israel. So look at it from my perspective. Someone coming in who looks at the political options out there. I mean, for me, the BJP positions on this set of issues very much tallied with my own thinking.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, that broadly you're in the same line, and I agree with your assessment that the center-right approach that the BJP has had on issues is more or less in line with your own worldview, and it comes across. Let me also say this, Mr. Jaishankar, anyone watching you closely sees that there's a fair level of authenticity with what you're speaking. It's not a put-on. But I'm looking at it from that perspective. The Kachativu issue will be seen to be one issue in which the politics got ahead of the foreign policy. So when the Prime Minister says that the previous government Congress government callously gave away Kachativu, and then the follow-up question to that will be that when the third term of the Modi government starts, are you not going to take that through as a follow-through action, or will you only say that they gave it away, but because it becomes obligatory then for you to reopen the dialogue on Kachativu with the Sri Lankan government, which will be a very tricky issue?
I think the point is something else. Here we have had for the last many decades challenges, problems faced by Indian fishermen. Okay? Now you had the DMK posing as the champion of Tamil fishermen, saying they are in difficulties today because the central government took decisions which has put them at a disadvantage or in difficulties. Okay? So a very clever political narrative has been constructed over many, many years, where the DMK is sort of fighting for the people who have a grievance, and it looks as though the center is the culpable party. Now, what the record actually showed was DMK was very much party to the decisions. Okay, and so considering how much of an issue they had made this, made it in parliament, made it a consultative committee, took it up in politics. You saw Annamalai's interview, how much Chief Minister was raising it. Chief Minister Stalin has himself written to me 21 times. 21 times raising issues of Tamil fishermen. So I think it was time that the public learnt, saying, okay, Yes, we all recognize there's a problem. Now let's be honest. Who's responsible for it? Who was culpable? Who did it? And who went along with it?
Agreed.
And the real issue is, beginning from day one, they had mastered this practice of saying something in Parliament and saying something.
That's the politicians are good at.
No. But this kind of politics should not be encouraged.
May I intervene?
Yeah, sure, please.
Sorry to interrupt. I saw the papers, and personally, I was appalled. I also saw the entire interaction that was going on. I don't know the exact date, between the then Foreign Secretary giving a briefing to Mr. Karunanidhi, I think it's 1974,
yes, correct,
on what happens, and he's laid it out. That this is the view of the central government, there could be Chinese influence, we need to have a good relationship, and hence we are taking this decision. To which Mr. Karunanidhi responds by saying that is there any other way, but finally gets convinced and then says effectively that I'll go along with you, but I'll have to take a slightly low-key angle on this or a different angle in local politics.
Because I have to help you manage it.
Because I have to help you manage it. So it's crazy that between the center and the state, then DMK and Congress, they've come to an arrangement on the whole issue.
Look, Arnav. Okay, you can say that is politics. My point is, having done that, now you are posing before the public and before the rest of the country as though you have nothing to do with it. This is the core point.
I am again with it.
This is at a time when, after all, what is an election about? An election is about different political parties going to the people saying, look, this is what we believe, this is what we stand for, and we ask you for your trust and your support on that basis. So we think that is very important, that parties should come clean. If they don't come clean, history will come clean.
I am totally with you on this. Totally, and I agree with you on this. Now, the question I'm saying is that it's already, if anybody says it, it's already if Annamalai says it. The Prime Minister of India says it. A follow-up statement is made by the Foreign Minister of India. Then the Sri Lankan Foreign Ministry responds, saying this issue is resolved 50 years back. My specific question to you, sir, is can we now, we realize the issue of accountability, hypocrisy, giving it away, duplicity of DMK, Congress, etc. understood. Can it really be opened up now? Can the Modi 3.0 government reopen the dialogue on, can we make a claim on it? Would that not worsen our relationship? Where do we stand on that?
I think right now the important issue when people are going to polls is which party was honest, which party is not, which party is responsible for the situation in which the fishermen are finding themselves, and which party, by the way, has been trying to help. I mean, because I've also seen in this 10 years, both as Foreign Secretary and as Minister, Prime Minister has himself repeatedly taken up the fishermen's issue with successive presidents and Prime Ministers of Sri Lanka. So right now, let's not jump the gun. Right now we are dealing with an issue.
Question number 2 is CA, and I really felt very strongly about the way there were attempts to polarize the Muslim population or during the Shaheen Bagh event, and 2000, I think it was 2019-20 period, in the intervening winter. It was terrible. I mean, we took a very strong line on it as a channel. We in fact supported. But I am curious to know, I'm going back to Sri Lanka again, that during the Sri Lankan civil war, there were some 10,000 army troops. We sent our army there to help, solve the situation there. There are between anywhere 4 to 6% of Indian Tamils in Sri Lanka as per varied estimates. There is a population there. There is an agreement which has been signed between India and Sri Lanka. We have promised to repatriate Sri Lankans. A lot of it has not happened. Long and short, my question is that why would the CA really logically not apply to the Tamil population in Sri Lanka? Because you will say there is already a treaty for Tamil repatriation, but then the same applies for everyone who does not come under the persecuted minority category. In the case of Tamils in Sri Lanka, and that's a long question, but in the case of Tamils in Sri Lanka, the primary filter of persecution is established. And if CA is about persecution, then why do the Tamils of Sri Lanka not come under the ambit?
No, I think you are completely mixing up apples and oranges here. Look, the CAA is derived from a certain period and a certain set of decisions in our history. directly from the partition. It deals with the aftermath of the partition. Okay? What happened in the aftermath of the partition was that different post-partition states were left with minorities, and it was the obligation of the states to look after the minorities. Okay, and that was the basis for the Nehru-Liaquat Pact. When the Nehru-Liaquat Pact was being concluded, in fact, there were wiser voices, saner voices, which counseled, saying, look, you are trusting a Pakistani government which already has a certain mindset, a certain ideology, a certain attitude to behave like you are behaving, and they will not do that. Okay, that and this is something which was very, very sharply, repeatedly, specifically, particularly Shama Prasad Mukherjee, I think was a proponent of the view, but you're not the only one. A lot of others held that view. What we have seen after that has been actually a treatment of minorities which caused them to look for safety elsewhere. Now, in many cases, if you look at the minorities concerned, where else will they go but go to India? Okay. So, that was the logic of the CAA. The Sri Lankan situation is very different, because in the case of the Sri Lankan situation, the issue pertained to the what were called the Indian origin Tamils, and those were negotiated and settled through negotiations. So I think you cannot compare what was happening in Sri Lanka with what was happening with Pakistan. I think they are totally different situations. We are, through CAA, we are trying to do justice to a set of people who, in a sense, were caught on the wrong side of history, who were let down by the assumptions of the then rulers of India that they will be looked after in the place of domicile.
Could the same not apply to the Tamil Hindus, that they were left on the wrong side of history?
No, again, no. I think this analogy, I think, is not justified
But is there also not an assumption here that India is the natural home for Hindus? That is the argument that the BJP puts when CA, okay, so Mr. Jaishankar, let me just, give me a moment on this. The position technically as government and foreign policy is one thing, but the position politically is that India is the natural home for Hindus, and the BJP has made India the natural home for Hindus. Now, Maldives today, we all know the Islamist forces. I'm not talking Islamist politics which is going on there. It's a Muslim majority country with some 99.6% Muslims. But there is a 0.3%, 0.4% of Hindus. So if the question is that India is a natural home for Hindus, then should that lever not be open for us, that if Hindus were to be persecuted and the politics were to be sharper in Maldives, we should bring them back equally, allow me to complete. We do hear of persecution and torture of Tamil Hindus. This has been a persistent political issue, so why should they be excluded from the process?
No.
Why should partition define our present day politics?
No, look, partition does define our present day politics because it was such a fundamental, you can say, mistake, and whose consequences are still being felt today. So let us not wish away partition as just another event in our history. It has had consequences. Those consequences today still continue to shape the politics and the foreign policy and the strategy of the entire Indian subcontinent. So let's keep the centrality of partition very much in view. Again, I put it to you, I do not agree with the implicit suggestions that somewhere you are drawing an analogy between the situation in Pakistan and the situation in Sri Lanka. In the case of Sri Lanka, and on the contrary, it is our position that the Tamil minority in Sri Lanka should be assured a life of dignity, that they should be given equal rights. So on the contrary, it is not that we are encouraging Tamils in Sri Lanka to come to India. That has never been the policy, nor in my mind would that be the right policy. So I do not accept the framework in which you are asking that question.
Mr. Jaishankar, are we being pushed by the West? I mean, I want to come to this trend of late. And, I've been noting the events, this trend of late of the West, really sharply, especially since January, February, and increasingly now with frequency. 27th March, the United States State Department made a very, very specific comment on the internal matters of India, mentioned arrest of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, then went on to specifically talk about the income tax action on the Congress party. I saw it and I felt the question was planted. I did a debate on it that night. And I also surmised that the answer was also rehearsed. Planted question, rehearsed answer. So my assumption is, and I said on that night, America is deliberately doing this. They are pressurizing us. Then there was a comment by Germany. Then there was a slightly more sedate answer by the United Nations. So the West seems to have a very enthusiastic interest of late, Mr. Jaishankar, on the domestic politics, especially before the elections. And we've seen this, some Australian channel running stories on the Indian Prime Minister accused of stifling dissent. Germany makes 2 statements regarding Kejriwal's arrest. Then the US makes 2 statements, deep concern over Kejriwal's arrest, freezing of bank accounts of the Congress party. You are summoning the ambassadors, they are going back, but no reparative action. And to top it all, the UN secretary, the UN office also made the comment. So my question is, Mr. Jaishankar, why is, I won't get into why this perception is there about India, because it's not perception. Is it the deep state getting back at India, especially because they are seeing Narendra Modi come in for a 3rd term? They want to apply the pressure. And they're not being very friendly about it. And is it the deep state getting by? Is this orchestrated? It can't be one-off. It has to be within nations, Five Eyes, or something more deep than it's not accidental. It doesn't appear accidental. I'm sure not to you either. Please.
I would use a different construct.
Sure.
The construct I would use is we live in an era of globalized ideologies. Okay. So what happens is people who espouse a certain line of thinking, let us say in India, would have counterparts or mirror images in other parts of the world. And in today's politics all over the world, these similar thinking people, you can say fellow travelers, support each other. Okay. When one is down, the other tries to help out politically. Okay. This is, by the way, not necessarily with specific reference to those foreign ministry remarks. I'm making it as a general point. So you see, for example, newspapers, TV channels, social media, reports, ratings of various kinds. What is this entire phenomenon? This entire phenomenon is actually a globalized elite, you can say, who share a broad similarity, who have also that sense of entitlement that they run the world. And if any part of the world goes off in a different direction and their preferred choices are not doing well, then they try from outside to influence, to legitimize, delegitimize, pressurize. This is broadly the
par for the course, you say?
This is the reality. It's not par for the course.
Not.
Because I'm going to challenge.
Okay.
How does one react to it? Okay. You react to it at a political level by countering it, by challenging it, by putting alternative narratives in place, by not turning the other cheek here, not saying, okay, it's one very prestigious newspaper in America, so therefore, I must accept it or bend to it, or so if it, and particularly, we've seen this, a lot of it out of New York and London. These are traditional Anglosphere sort of hubs, you can say. So I think politically this needs to be countered. Alternative narratives need to be out there. It has to be clearly put that the kind of vote bank politics that they espouse, the kind of special interests that they advance, the fact that they actually on the ground, while preaching a certain I would say a vision of progress. The reality is, if you look at even the globalization vision that they espouse, a narrow segment of people benefit and actually large masses get left out, which is why there is today a global reaction to it. And by the way, we are today confident enough, strong enough and independent minded enough that we will not be swayed by what you are saying.
So it won't matter to us.
We will do our own thing. and we will counter it by our actions.
So will the pressure work?
So
will the pressure work?
So my first answer is, my way of responding to 10 years of pressure, one is by answering back, but the other is by doing things in India. That when you have a government which says, look, this is a democracy that delivers, we will use technology, we will do good governance, we will ensure that socio-economic benefits will be delivered on a mass scale, and this will expose the people who espoused an earlier model, which was actually, this is one way of doing it. The other is when it comes to foreign offices. Okay. In diplomacy, there is an etiquette. Okay. I mean, people have manners, nations should also have manners. Sometimes people's manners are not good enough. I'm afraid occasionally that is the case of nations too. So when people with good manners, countries with good manners are not expected to comment on the internal politics of others, because once you start doing it, then what happens is you open it up. Now this is not going to help anybody at all. So the point here is to tell such countries that, look, it's in your own interest, please don't go down this path. And also when they do it, again, don't turn the other cheek. That as I tell people, look, if you comment on me, I have the right to comment on your comment. Okay. Now, how I modulate it will depend on my strategy, my interest, my timing. So this is not an era anymore, because again, part of it is, it's not a level playing field. Okay. The people commenting and the subjects of their comment were historically, or at least in recent history, not on par. So some countries believe that over many years they've commented on the entire world and that gives them a continuing right to comment. The world is changing. You're going to get pushbacks. We are pushing back.
Did America cross the line with the Kejriwal comment?
No, I think Arnab, we made,
as straightforwardly as you can tell me.
I think we made very clear what our view was, that
But I'm asking you, did they cross the line?
I'm saying we took very strong objection to what they did.
But it's different when an NGO says that. It's different but it is very different when a government says it. Why the government saying it?
Well, look,
we wouldn't take notice in the media if it was an NGO or a think tank saying it, but if it's the government which says it, it's a completely different matter.
Which is why we communicated very clearly to the American acting ambassador that we take a strong objection to what was said, and that what was happening in India was not a concern of any foreign government. And that people should not...
Why did they continue then? Why did they persistently continue to make the comments?
I cannot Arnab, either dissect it or justify it or analyze it beyond a point. I mean, if I feel what you have done is not correct, why am I going into what could be your possible mindset? That's for you to worry about.
So, last part of my question was that it's all happening together. Is it accidental that 4 or 5 governments are all saying the kind of same thing? It's official. It's not coming from UN, Germany, America.
I don't.
Is it accidental or is it coordinated?
I don't have a conspiracy view of the world, but I do have a view that different countries, different political interests, different governments sometimes coordinate. That is a fact.
Will it affect the foreign policy of Modi 3.0?
I don't think so.
No? I don't think so, or it won't.
No, absolutely.
If all these countries were to put pressure, would it affect our domestic politics or our...
What do you mean they're going to put pressure? I mean, is that going to make a difference to our election results? It won't. I mean, do you think anybody in this country wants to be told by some foreign government as to what is right and what is wrong? And if you look at these issues, here is a bottom line. There is a process of, there are legal issues. Okay. In these countries, does the law stop when election starts? So do they expect the law to stop in India?
Yeah.
So look, I think let's not overdo this. I mean, fine, they said something, we answered them back. We've been very clear. I mean, nobody faults us for lack of clarity. That much I can assure you. And I think that's where it stays. Now, if If in their wisdom they choose to say something, then in my wisdom I will also answer.
Yeah, and what you say is very assuring, very reassuring for a lot of our viewers. But Mr. Jaishankar, the way we are placed as a country, as a global player, things are going to dynamically change. The Prime Minister speaks about Viksit Bharat, and there's a genuine sense of excitement about it. And I must say this, that the way the government handled Ukraine was just, I mean, I've said it once, the Prime Minister was at an event, and I said that history will remember the way we did it. But, the world will not want us to balance different boats. And your answer to that, maybe we are not balancing boats, we are in our own boat. But if I may go into a detail on this, the messaging in the Ukraine Foreign Minister's holy video, announcing his visit to India was not lost on anyone. Standing in front of the Gandhi statue, speaking at length on the values of Gandhi, making a very subtle nudge on the moral, the moral need for India to support Ukraine in the war against Russia, similar to the headlines being made about India abstaining to vote on the Gaza ceasefire a few days ago. So there are undoubtedly lobbies and lobbies putting pressure on India to take a stand. Is it going to become increasingly difficult? Question one. Question two, as we become more significant, we become a $30 trillion economy by 2047, it's a reality that coercion tactics, pressure tactics, all these things will increase on the country. For people who are watching this interview in the context of the general election, they would want to know whether you feel these pressures will increase in the future, and therefore whether you feel whichever government comes into being or is in India over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we'll have to take a little bit of a continuity route on our foreign policy.
We all like to say this, that foreign policy is largely an exercise of continuity. Like anything in life, it's partly true and partly not. I can give you examples of continuity. I can give you examples of differences, sometimes sharp differences. I think today, if one looks at our relationship with the US or our response to China, handling of Pakistan, stance on West Asia, Israel, I would argue that a lot of these would have been different had a BJP Sarkar under Narendra Modi not been in power. Okay. But having said that, your question, so it does matter. It's not like foreign policy runs on autopilot. It doesn't matter what government comes. I think it matters very much what government comes. I mean, this government, for example, has a very robust policy on counter-terrorism. It has a strong policy on defending our borders. It has a view about standing up to pressure. You mentioned Ukraine. I could give you Quad as another example. The pressure not to go ahead with Quad. So it does matter very much who is in power, who is the Prime Minister, what is the vision, what is the level of confidence. These things do matter. Your question, will the pressures increase as we become bigger? Yes. It's natural as any country rises, particularly a big country rises, that there will be others who will, in a sense, some will look askance, some would be uncomfortable, some would downright oppose. We are seeing shades, of course, shades of it. So a lot of diplomacy is going to be about how to manage that rise in the most smooth way possible. Now, if you look at China's rise, China essentially rose, I would say, between about 1990s till the early 2010s, the 20 years. Those 20 years, China had great stability in the international environment. There were things happening, but those things were firewalled and put away on the side. It didn't affect China. In our case, we have to be prepared to rise amidst a very volatile global situation, a lot of uncertainties. Where US will go, where China would go, what will happen with Russia, is Europe becoming more strategic, will the Middle East kind of explode even more? These are all going to be big issues. So we are actually looking at a very interesting proposition. On the one hand, there is the rise of India. We have, put our house in order. We are preparing ourselves for a big move. On the other hand, when you look, there are headwinds. We have to have the experience, the confidence, the wisdom, the understanding to navigate through those headwinds, which is why today it's so important to have a kind of leadership which the people of India will believe can sail the ship of India, navigate through these difficult waters.
So it's a weaker central government in India works for India's global competitors, quite clearly. I mean, who would not want to see us outpace them?
Yes.
To put it more directly, having Narendra Modi as Prime Minister of India is not in the interests of those who may be concerned that we will be outpacing them.
Let me put it to you positively. I think,
am I putting it?
No, I put it to you this way. Having Narendra Modi continue as the Prime Minister of India is obviously in the interest of India and the people of India, but I think is also very much in the interests of friends of India and those with whom we have converging interests. Because there are a lot of countries who today, they may differ with us.
Yes.
I mean, we discussed some of the Western countries, but by and large, Western countries today want to see India grow. They want to see India
there are these strong lobbies. And, did you see the Guardian article? Which featured an article saying
I don't normally read the Guardian. Is there a particular article?
Are you feigning ignorance of that?
No, I don't normally read the Guardian.
I don't normally read the Guardian. But there was an article which caught my attention, and I'll it's not about my views on it. I'd like your views on it. Because the article which said India's Foreign Intelligence Agency, referring to RAW, allegedly began to carry out assassinations abroad as part of an emboldened approach to national security after 2019. And interestingly, on the heels of this, another American paper, the Washington Post, I don't know if you read, says India was a miracle democracy, but it's time to downgrade its credentials. And, in February, a British publication said India's civil society is under attack. The crackdown is heart-rending, hurting policy-making, millions of poor Indian lives. I wouldn't be concerned about the generic comments, but I am seeking your response to the very specific charge that we are carrying out assassinations abroad and quoting unnamed Indian intelligence officials, etc.
Look, as a generic, no. On the first issue, since you cited a lot of,
yes.
If a bunch of Western journalists have a problem with what is happening in India, that's their problem. Okay, we've been through that ground before. I've brought out to you the biases, the ideologies, the condescension.
Yes.
There's the whole syndrome out there. So I'd say I kind of
wave it off.
Thank you very much. I know how good a democracy I am. I am today a democracy that really delivers. And if we start getting into merits of democracies and the qualities of democracies, there may be a few home truths that I may have to give, which you may not like. But let's put that aside.
The second
the issue, if in regard to what you said, I think this pertained to Pakistan.
Sir, this pertained to the alleged assassinations in Pakistan?
Yeah.
Several individuals. Many of them who are terrorists.
Something allegedly happened in Pakistan. Okay. 2 people in Pakistan, presumably nationals of Pakistan, right? That's what we are talking about?
Yes.
Then you have the wrong end of the stick here. People should be asking Pakistan, who are these people? Who are these sterling citizens of yours who made such valuable contributions that their demise, alleged or otherwise, untimely or otherwise, is an object of international attention? So let's do some digging out here. Who are these people? Why are their alleged deaths causing concern? That should be the beginning, no?
Presumably, but the question is, the charge is being put increasingly of late that India has this Mossad, Israel type approach where you enter the borders of other countries and carry out assassinations.
My question is still not being answered. My question is, if some people allegedly died in Pakistan for whatever the causes, let's first discuss who are these people.
It's well known. Many of them are terrorists. Many of them are okay. So can I presume we did the background information? We checked it. I mean, obviously the references to terrorists. Many of these terrorists are people who have played a role in carrying out terrorist attacks on Indian soil.
So these
some of them, including taking part in
these alleged deaths in Pakistan of certain people are
terrorists.
Well, you remember that Hillary Clinton bit about snakes in your backyard. I think you have enough snakes in your backyard. Snakes may bite each other. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's happening in Pakistan. It's for them to figure out what is happening. But I would only say this: the moment I see that word intelligence in any article, I can tell you what every foreign office of the world will tell you. No foreign office, no foreign minister, no foreign office spokesman ever comments on anything. The moment you see that word intelligence, we have nothing to say.
Why is that?
That is because no country does that, no government does that.
So are you saying that it has no credibility whatsoever, that particular article?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that there is a standard way by which every government responds to anything to do. No government responds to intelligence speculation. Sure. Let us say if this paper had made some article about British intelligence, you think the British Foreign Secretary would be saying, oh yes, come on guys, let me tell you everything about this? Of course not. I do see a global elite which often has preferences. When their preferences are not endorsed by an electorate, they apparently get upset about it. So these things do happen. And I also do see, by the way, I do see politicians from India, and I have called it out before. You cited one example, that going abroad and inviting others to come and interfere in this country, which I believe is wrong.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
The plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Scratch resistant also.
The plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
कांग्रेस किस वोट बैंक को खुश करना चाहती थी? साथियों, कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोगों को देश के ज्यादातर लोगों की भावनाओं की कोई परवाह नहीं है। इन्हें लोगों की भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ करने में मजा आता है। ये लोग सावन में एक सजायाफ्ता जो सजा कोर्ट ने जिसको सजा की है, जो जमानत पर है, ऐसे एक मुजरिम के घर जाके सावन के महीने में मटन बनाने का मौज ले रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उसका वीडियो बना करके देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज।
I do see a global elite which often has preferences. When their preferences are not endorsed by an electorate, they apparently get upset about it. So these things do happen. And I also do see, by the way, I do see, politicians from India, and I have called it out before. You cited one example. That going abroad and inviting others to come and interfere in this country, which I believe is wrong.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial. Scratch resistant also. But plates? Cane by. It's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
In an election time, I'm seeing that, as well as another article in the New York Times, which says Modi is where global democracy dies. On 7th of April, a British paper, the Financial Times, comments on the 2024 election being the last democratic election in the country. And you're smiling. So, okay, so would it be that you failed to convince the Western media, despite our stellar relationships with each of these countries, on the robustness of Indian democracy? And how do you read this increasing frequency of these articles on the eve of what is seen to be a historic election in India? I mean, obviously.
Tell me one thing. I mean, you and I are sitting here in India, a week away from the polls beginning. Do any of us actually feel that our electoral process, our democracy is in any danger? On the contrary, pick up today's newspaper. What do you see? You say leader A saying this, leader B saying this, opposition party, somebody doing this deal, somebody crossing over that side. The democracy is in action. No, they may be living, I mean, they must have some view of India on some other planet.
But do you not see
can you actually, do you think any Indian actually believes today that our democracy is not working?
But do you not see a link between Rahul Gandhi going abroad and saying the Western democracy should come and save us, and the comments coming so much so, and increasingly the State Department speaking up for them and the articles coming out? Do you not see a link between his appeal and their follow-up action?
I do see, and I in fact early on began with that. I do see a global elite which often has preferences. When their preferences are not endorsed by an electorate, they apparently get upset about it. So these things do happen. And I also do see, by the way, I do see, politicians from India, and I have called it out before. You cited one example. that going abroad and inviting others to come and interfere in this country, which I believe is wrong. I mean, I may have my differences with you, but I don't think, I mean, look at our history. What happens when people go abroad and invite people to come? Okay. I think this is
it encourages that trend. You feel it encourages that trend?
I think that's bad for the country. It's bad for the politics. It's bad for them, by the way, because it shows you are so weak that you have to go outside and ask people to come and support.
So Mr. Jaishankar, we referred to it some time back. Can it all get undone? Can it all come tumbling down? I mean, we're talking about an election where everybody is sort of assuming that it's going to be a sweep for the BJP. And we've got a certain route under the Modi government on foreign policy. It's not about 24, 29. I mean, my question to you is, we've seen what happened after the Pathankot, Balakot airstrikes. We've seen what we did with the Russian oil imports, how we took a position. But we've also seen, I mean, the word I would use is the pusillanimity of Indian foreign policy in the past. And I see this manifest, for example, in the Congress Party manifesto, which says, straying from foreign policy, that the office of the National Security Council and the office of the NSA should be brought under the oversight of a select committee of parliament. So one would argue then that would the National Security Council or Mr. Doval's office, which he holds today, come under the supervision of the Danish Alis and the Mahua Maitras in the future? It's a very realistic question because it's been put up as a proposition, whereas the world is getting specialized, domain experts. So I asked myself, were it not to be a straight election where we see a Modi victory, would it not be a matter of concern that the most populous country in the world would have its foreign policy turned on its head should the result be different?
I think fortunately there won't be cause for concern.
Fortunately,
yes. So I think your worries are misplaced.
This time?
No, look, I'm optimistic about our country. I'm not saying we don't have challenges. But since you mentioned some things, let me respond to it. First of all, you must be one of the few people who's read the Congress manifesto. I don't know how many places.
I read. I have even.
I compliment you on your hard work.
I would even read the CPM manifesto.
But the fact is that if you look at most countries in the world, the National Security Advisor in almost any country, I can't think of any country where they actually are treated as a part of a parliamentary oversight. So I think whoever wrote it, I mean, what can I say?
It won't have relevance.
I mean, in any case, I mean, I admire the fact that you at least bother to read the manifesto, since there will not be an occasion for anything practical to happen with that manifesto. This will remain an academic point. But there is a larger issue that you have raised, and the issue is this. You see, in the last 10 years, there have been some significant changes in the manner in which we conduct foreign policy. Not just in policies themselves. I can give you, as I said, give me any major account and I will show you that there has been change, and change for the better. But if you look at some core issues which I think today should worry the Indian voter. Okay. One core issue, you will agree, Anab, is terrorism. Yes. Okay. See, now you have to look at the change in the last decade as opposed to the previous decade. And I take you back to actually 26/11. If you remember 26/11, if you see people, accounts of 26/11, including by the NSA of the previous government, essentially 26/11 happens, the best minds of the government apply themselves. There is, deep sort of consultation and confabulation, and then they collectively decide. What do they decide? To do nothing. So they go through this whole manthan and say, oh, by the way, the best policy is we should do nothing.
What are you referring to here?
26/11.
Specifically, was there a policy note in which they ever said that?
No, please read Shiv Shankar Menon's account of it. So my point is that if at the end of it all, because terrorism, terrorism is not something which happened today, yesterday. Terrorism started in 1947, a few months after our independence. The first attack on Kashmir was a terrorist attack of tribal invaders on a deniable basis.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Now, instead of from day one calling out terrorism, fighting terrorism, what did we eventually do? We ended up on the conference table, no? And that's how you ended up with a ceasefire line. Now, my point is that the way to fight today, the people of India believe very deeply that there are some issues on which government should take a strong, uncompromising stance. Similarly,
we can't take that for granted.
We can't take it for granted.
For example, with China, we can't take it for granted. I agree with you on the terrorism issue, but thank you for complimenting me on reading the Congress manifesto, which also says that 370 will be brought back effectively. And my big concern is, since the election interview, Mr. Jaishankar, is that people are concerned. Okay, there's an assumption Mr. Modi will come back, but people are concerned, what if that were not to be the case? I mean, what would be our relationship with China? For example, I am personally, we saw what happened with Manipur. And there are issues of arms smuggling on the China-Myanmar border. We know the interest that China would have in destabilizing the situation in Manipur. And, China openly has declared its support for the junta in Manipur, no matter how the situation changes. So they are vested in Myanmar. So they are vested in Myanmar. They would want an entry into India. They would want to upset the domestic situation in India. There are lobbies here that have made things difficult for a reconciliation to happen in Manipur. Can we really assume that China would not, for example, look for a moment of weakness of India's internal domestic policy and politics to get an entry?
We must assume that life is competitive. There are powers who are competitive. And the solution is to prepare. Okay. I'm sorry I'm going back into history, but sometimes history is a very useful teacher. Take today one of the crucial issues with China, which is actually the line of actual control and ensuring peace and tranquility there. What is it at the end of the day a function of? A crucial aspect of it is actually infrastructure. When our problems with China started in the 1950s,
yes,
it's very interesting if you go back. Where did it begin? There was, of course, a reading of China between Patel and Nehru. I've spoken about in public how Patel got it right and Nehru got it wrong. Okay. Patel basically said we have a two-front situation. Nehru said no. The Chinese will never do anything across the Himalayas. So Nehru was trusting. Patel was applying politics 101 on a neighbor. He was just a sensible, practical, non-ideological person who made a good judgment. Okay? Whereas Nehru made a bad judgment because he allowed his ideology to cloud the basics of diplomacy, which is you have a big neighbor, you have to take your precautions. Now, our first bad experience happened on an infrastructure when they built the Xinjiang-Tibet highway, which went through the Indian territory of Aksai Chin. Okay. From day one, it should have been in our minds that if you need to deal with China, you must build up the infrastructure. Yet what did we actually see? I'm now between 1957-58 till 62. Okay, infrastructure was okay.
Admitted it in Parliament.
So we've had actually an enormous neglect. I'm giving you firm figures. If you look at the budget for development of the infrastructure along the China border, it has gone up from below about 3,500 crores to about 15,000 crores today. If you look at the quality of projects, the amount of road building going there, the tunneling which is going there, every day you will read about some project. Prime Minister recently inaugurated the Sela tunnel. So my point is this. Look, we have to assume, Arnab, that competitive powers will do things. They may or may not do it. Do not assume that they will not.
So I will assume that China will, and in that context, my very specific question is, are you comfortable with the agreement signed between the Congress party, the MOU signed between the Congress party and the Chinese government, signed by Rahul Gandhi in the presence of Sonia Gandhi in 2008 on the sidelines of the Beijing Olympics? Congress party has a side agreement with the Chinese Communist Party. How safe is that?
You tell me.
It's not safe, if you ask me, sir. Do you agree with me?
Look,
it's not safe.
It's
not good.
I will only say this.
So,
I believe today, as a foreign policy advisor to the Prime Minister, that we should have a hard-headed view of our neighbors, especially of a neighbor like China. That in that sense, the Patel tradition, rather than the Nehru tradition, should guide us. You know, it's not like nobody wants bad relations with neighbors, but good relations cannot be built up on weakness. Good relations cannot be built up on carelessness or on ideology or on misplaced ideologies that, you know.
But if you have this approach government to government, would the BJP go and do an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party? Does it not compromise our national security somewhat? Does it? I mean, and the document, nobody knows what it is. I mean, is it in the country's interest for parties in government or parties in power or opposition to have these arrangements with external governments?
You just heard me tell you when it came to DMK.
Yes.
Why I believe that transparency and openness are important.
Yes.
I believe that as a matter of principle.
You think the Congress should disclose that document?
As I said, go ask them.
But it's not a good thing. I think more or less, I think you're making the point there. Mr. Jaishankar, finally it is established that whenever a central force is weakened, the state is weakened. And one of the political issues which have been happening of late is the Congress saying that India is not a nation. It's been since we are in the heat of a national election, the Congress party leader goes and says India is not a nation, it's some kind of a negotiation. And you may agree or disagree with the reference, but since Brexit...
No, I strongly disagree.
With that, yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to respond to this view that India is not a nation? The comment made everywhere, it's a negotiation between states, it's not really a nation in that sense. Can I get your thoughts on it?
I cannot believe that for any right-thinking Indian, India can be a negotiation. How can it be a negotiation? I mean, this is our core belief, it's our existence. I mean, how can your core identity and your core commitment, I mean, a nation is what defines people, every individual.
Yes.
How can that ever be a negotiation?
This has been said repeatedly.
I know, and
references to India and the EU are made. Would you not think that since Brexit in 2016?
No, look,
we are told that India is like Europe. You know, India should be like Europe, like the European Union.
India is not like Europe, not just not like European Union. It's not like Europe on many other things. To begin with, we are a 5,000-year at least civilization. I think that alone sets us apart. But quite from the polity aspect of it, the European Union is something completely different. The European Union was a relatively recent construct, which is treaty based, where there were prior national identities which were merged. You are now talking about an India which is a civilization, a culture, a tradition. It is something which is our soul.
Yeah.
And if it is your soul, how can it be?
I personally find it totally appalling. But it's been said increasingly.
But if you are a person not appreciative of our culture, if you are dismissive of our civilization, if you do not understand our heritage, then you could say such a thing. I won't.
Yeah.
And frankly, I found that a very extraordinary comment.
It's a disgraceful comment, but again, since you're complimenting me on reading manifestos, it was part of the manifesto of the Congress which said we should move items from the concurrent list to the state list, and the attempt at sort of weakening the center. Mr. Jaishankar, we've had the issue with Canada. Where does it stand right now? I mean, where is the issue with Canada? Question one. And, on the 21st of March, an AAP leader, Raghav Chadda, met a British MP, Preet Kaur Gill, who has advocated for Khalistani groups in London, France, Germany. We've had the Amritpal episode play out in India. We have seen the Khalistani imprint on the 2020 farmers' protests. We are concerned as a nation that whatever our domestic issues are, there must be no foreign interference. And questions have been raised about whether the Aam Aadmi Party, allegations have been made, have had links with the Khalistani forces in Canada. So comment in the current political situation on this, this conviviality between groups in Canada and political parties here. One, and where are we placed on the Canada issue?
Let me come to
because they also accused us recently of interfering in their election. This was...
that was a bit thick coming from them. Look, the point is that where are we placed vis-a-vis Canada? I think we have had a very difficult relationship with Canada. And we've had a very difficult relationship with Canada because Canada, for political calculation, has given space to extremist political forces who often advocate violence and separatism from India. Okay. These people are today allowed to operate in Canadian politics in the name of, what they are saying is part of free speech.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's a problem for us, understandably.
Yes.
And particularly if in the name of free speech you have taken it to a level of threatening diplomats of India, of any foreign country for that matter, of intimidating legitimate diplomatic activities. And I often ask my counterparts, how would you feel if the shoe was on the other foot? If this was happening to you, you'd be screaming.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that that kind of space not be given, that this intimidation and harassment of diplomats is not condoned.
Yes.
And that where there are cases, after all we are democracies, we are members of Commonwealth, where there are extradition requests, where there are known terrorists operating out of Canada, that these requests are honored. So that is where we are on Canada. We have right now a frank engagement on this. I talk to my counterpart, some other colleagues talk to this. And I hope very much that we have seen, I would say, cooling down there was a time when things had got a little heated. So I think that temperature has come down. That's where things are. Regarding your issue I'll come to that. Your issue of foreign interference.
Yes.
I think if you actually see who is interfering where, we all know, which leader and in what situation who has commented on whose politics.
Yes.
So I think for any country to accuse India of interfering in its politics, I think is absurd. I think in many cases, if we put a mirror in front of them, I think you will get the answer. Your third question, who is hanging out with whom in London? There is
other relationships.
There is a old saying that you are known by the company you keep. I would have thought, particularly at a sensitive time, politics being what it is, people would be careful.
Yeah.
If at this time, you feel that a company of known advocates of Khalistani cause is the preferred company, I think that says a lot.
Yep. You've been exceptionally candid. May I ask you, before I ask you the last question, you've been very straightforward on a lot of things, and I must say, Mr. Jaishankar, that we've seen foreign ministers hold back a lot, and you don't hold back. You wave away some questions, but you do take all of them. So my last thought to you, and this is something we want to hear from you. You have a lot of people who are your followers, Gen Next and otherwise, and I want you to comment on this increasing narrative of suspicion towards the 400 plus issue. The Prime Minister is going and saying 400 par, 400 par, 400 par, and there is a commentariat which says there is a deep and sinister motive behind getting 400 par, because if the BJP or the BJP-led coalition gets that kind of government, that kind of numbers, they're going to overturn the constitution, remove democracy, change the basic nature of the constitution, introduce a presidential form of government, have a Hindu-only government. There is this aspect of creating a little impression, especially because the Prime Minister has also said, and everybody has said, that fundamental, be prepared for big changes. This is only an appetizer kind of, statements have been made by political leaders as well.
But there's nothing sinister about that.
You know how it's being read, that, oh my God, big changes. What are these big changes that will be brought in the third term?
Viksit Bharat.
Is it just that or something?
No, look, I mean, first of all, if people, it's like saying those who will not pass an exam are worrying about a student who will get distinction, and saying, oh, it'll be bad if you do well because I don't have the ability to pass the exam. So I think people should worry about how they manage their own political prospects. At the end of the day, if the people of India choose to repose their confidence in the BJP on the basis of 10 years of a very, very solid record, I think this should be a celebration of democracy. I don't see any reason for anxiety. And as regards where we are going in the future.
Yes.
Look at our record of the past. Okay, because at the end of the day, past tells you something about the future. How have the mandates been used? The mandates have been used today to improve the infrastructure, to grow the economy, to fight the COVID and recover from the COVID, to counter terrorism, to protect our borders, to actually restore. I'll tell you one thing. Look, I am now no longer a young person, okay, to put it very politely. But I see today a faith in politics. When I go to universities and meet, younger professionals of various categories, what has happened in the last 10 years is we have actually restored the reputation of politics in this country. That people feel a leader is someone who cares for their country. That there are people who will work night and day, give their everything to take that country forward. So, if people, this is sort of reciprocated by a strong turnout of support, whatever the number, because ultimately, numbers we will know when the votes are counted. So I'm not going into the numbers. But to say, hoping for strong support is somewhere sinister. I mean, come on.
Really enjoyed talking to you. It's been a pleasure. We missed you at the Republic Summit, but I'm glad we caught up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaishankar.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kane, sir, your dinner.
On a tile? It's antibacterial.
Easy to clean.
The plates? Kane bhai, it's a tile ad.
IM Plus टेक्नोलॉजी से बने वर्ल्ड क्लास टाइल्स। टाइल हो तो सिंपल हो।
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The BJP says that the fact that the bombers behind the Bengaluru blast in the Rameshwaram cafe were the fact that they were found in Bengal today proves that Bengal under Mamata Banerjee is a safe haven for terrorists. Big charge to make, and that might not be entirely correct. But will Mamata Banerjee be bold enough to accept that Islamist terrorism is a threat to the entire world and to India? Would secularities like Mamata Banerjee and the Vadra Congress government in Karnataka both accept that it was a terrible mistake to downplay the Rameshwaram cafe blast as a result of a possible feud between business rivals? rather than what it was, a terrorist incident, a terrorist attack? Would Mamata Banerjee and secularities and pseudo-secularities like the Congress and all these other secularities in the India Alliance accept that they are uncomfortable even acknowledging radicalized Islamist terrorism as a reality because of their own vote bank reasons? And that this is the reason why terrorists feel more safe in some states of India today than in others. In some states, they know there is a bulldozer approach. I'm sure the bulldozer approach, and you know which states I'm talking about. I'm sure the bulldozer approach does not make terrorists feel very comfortable there, so that after carrying out a blast, that is the first state that they go to. Ladies and gentlemen, in an election season, the incidents of today and the fact that the Rameshwaram Cafe bombers, the terrorists, have been found in Bengal has a direct bearing on a necessary national debate around issues of terrorism and the approach of political parties towards it.
Election time. Will there be reasons for abuse of artificial intelligence? Well, that's the question most have around AI now. The best.
Multiple individuals have been stabbed while police fatally shot the attacker. Incident has sparked concerns and investigations into the circumstances surrounding this violent act, this horrific act. Now, Australian federal authorities have confirmed that there have been at least 5 victims who have been killed in this knife attack at the Bondi Junction. Take a look at this report to know more.
It's a Saturday, and it being the weekend, families from across Sydney were at a mall near Bondi Junction. Australia was shocked by its deadliest attack in 8 years. 2 men, one armed with a long knife, went on a stabbing rampage in the mall. 6 people have been killed and several others injured, including a 9-month-old baby, in the mass stabbing at a busy shopping mall in Sydney. The visuals going viral on social media showed people running for their lives. Some ran, leaving all their belongings, and some locked themselves inside shops. There were some lying in a pool of blood, and some of them were trying to help the injured escape from the stabber. Listen in to this heart-wrenching testimony.
I was hiding in the back room and I was just hearing gunshots. It's just like the worst thing ever. Like, who does that to people?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you saw a guy with a machine?
Yes. And then I saw a woman lying on the floor in Chanel, so...
The suspect, who police said acted alone, was shot dead at the scene by a lone officer. NSW's Assistant Commissioner Anthony Cook said a senior police inspector was nearby when the attack unfolded. She arrived on the scene first and was alone when she engaged with the attacker. She shot the offender when he raised a knife at her. The Prime Minister of Australia condoled the incident and expressed regret over the attack.
I've been personally engaged in this since I became Prime Minister, consistent with the statements that I made as opposition leader. I believe this must be brought to a conclusion and that Mr Assange has already paid a significant price and enough is enough. There's nothing to be gained by Mr Assange continued.
The area has been cordoned off and people are advised to stay out of the crime scene.
Got to Bondi Junction. He left the centre very shortly after and returned about 3:20. As he moved through the centre, he engaged with about 9 people. It is clear that during that engagement he caused harm to those people, we believe, by stabbing them with a weapon he was carrying.
The cops have confirmed that there were 2 suspects. The federal agents are on standby for any joint terrorism operation. A manhunt has been launched to nab the alleged accomplice. Agency report, Republic TV.
The identity is yet to be revealed about the attacker. As of now, prima facie has been a lone wolf attack. However, it remains to be seen if at all there is a terror angle to it or not. However, now we move on to some other stories. Well, this is on Siachen Day. How the Indian Army observed Siachen Day with full solemnity and reverence to remember and honor the heroes of Siachen for their courage and fortitude in the world's highest battlefield. Take a look at how our soldiers celebrated this day.
13th April 1984, with Operation Meghdoot, Indian Army redefined high-altitude warfare. Operation Meghdoot involved the first assault on the world's highest battlefield. The result was the Indian troops gaining control of the entire Siachen Glacier. Operation Meghdoot has been a remarkable journey of technological progress and logistical advancements. Over the last 4 decades, significant efforts have been made to enhance infrastructure and habitat on the Siachen Glacier. Mobile and data connectivity strengthened with the introduction of VSAT technology. This technology revolutionized communication on the glacier, providing troops with crucial data and internet connectivity. The soldiers on the Siachen Glacier fight extreme cold just to guard their beloved nation. "40th Siachen Day. Fire and Fury Corps remember the brave hearts who sacrificed their life in the line of duty." India celebrates 4 decades of valor at the highest battlefield on earth. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
That's how the Indian Army had actually celebrated the forces' valor and courage on this day. Now we shift focus to some other stories. Just days after Prime Minister emphasized the significance of stable India-China relations, Beijing announced that significant strides had been made in resolving the border standoff along the line of control. According to senior foreign ministry official, both nations have achieved substantial positive advancements with continuous close communication being maintained. Here's a report.
Just days after PM Modi underlined the importance of stable India-China relations, Beijing has also come forward and stated that the two countries have made great positive changes and are working towards resolving the border standoff.
中方注意到了莫迪总理的有关表态，健康稳定的中印关系符合双方的共同利益，也有利于本地区乃至世界的和平与发展。 边界问题不是中印关系的全部，应当将其放在中印关系的适当位置，加以妥善管控。
Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning's comments provided additional context to China's response following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent statement. Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of ties with Beijing for New Delhi and stressed the urgency of addressing the prolonged situation at the borders. Ning's remarks further elaborated on China's stance in light of the statement. In an interview with Newsweek magazine, Prime Minister Modi expressed optimism by the way of positive and constructive bilateral interactions at both diplomatic and military levels. However, India has maintained that normalcy cannot be restored until the situation at the border remains hostile. The two sides have so far held 21 rounds of Corps Commander level talks to resolve the standoff. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
From the Indian Army's Three Shakti Corps demonstrating their missile prowess to the Gajaraj Corps showcasing their formidable strength and the North and Western commands flexing their military muscle, our jawans stand tall as the guardians of our borders, ensuring our peace of mind, our safety, our security. Now, in a breathtaking display of courage, valor and unmatched combat expertise, witness these brave soldiers thundering forward, leaving our adversaries envious and in awe. Here's something you cannot miss. Take a look.
Battery target duo, over.
Amidst the majestic Himalayan peaks of Sikkim, the Indian Army's 3 Shakti Corps recently showcased its prowess in a thrilling display of skill and precision. With a high-altitude anti-tank guided missile drill at a breathtaking altitude of 17,000 feet. The forces demonstrated unwavering commitment to combat readiness and excellence, with participation from missile firing detachments representing mechanized and infantry units from across the Eastern Command. The exercise was a testament to the Army's preparedness to navigate the challenging mountainous terrain of the region. That's not all. Since the last week, the Indian Armed Forces are thundering with unparalleled display of courage and valor. Recently, the Gajraj Corps of the Indian Army echoed with the spirit of unity as special forces. Army Aviation and CAPFs converged for integrated firing exercises at the Mandala Field firing range. Watch this show of strength. Now, get ready to witness the breathtaking combat free-fall skills of the Western Command Indian Army in a joint exercise with the Indian Air Force. Northern Command also put on show of military might. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
कांग्रेस किस वोट बैंक को खुश करना चाहती थी? साथियों, कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोगों को देश के ज्यादातर लोगों की भावनाओं की कोई परवाह नहीं है। इन्हें लोगों की भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ करने में मजा आता है। ये लोग सावन में एक सजायाफ्ता जो सजा कोर्ट ने जिसको सजा की है, जो जमानत पर है, ऐसे एक मुजरिम के घर जाके सावन के महीने में मटन बनाने का मौज ले रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उसका वीडियो बना करके देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहां आक्रमण करते थे ना, तो उनको सत्ता राजा को पराजित करने से संतोष नहीं होता था। जब तक मंदिर तोड़ते नहीं थे, जब तक श्रद्धा स्थानों की कत्ल नहीं करते थे, उनको संतोष नहीं होता था। उनको उसी में मजा आता था। वैसे ही सावन के महीने में वीडियो दिखाकर वो मुगल के लोगों के जमाने की जो मानसिकता है ना, उसके द्वारा वो देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं और अपनी वोट बैंक पक्की करना चाहते हैं। ये वोट बैंक के लिए ये चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं। आप किसे चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं? नवरात्र के दिनों में अपना नॉनवेज खाना, आप किस मनसा से वीडियो दिखा दिखा करके लोगों की भावनाओं को चोट पहुंचा करके किसको खुश करने का खेल कर रहे हो? मैं जानता हूं
2 दिन पहले सुनने को आया कि हमें मोदी जी से मिलने का मौका मिल रहा है।
Too fast, too much has happened.
ये तो मुझे भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा है, सच्ची बताओ तो कि मैं यहाँ हूँ। वो एक्साइटमेंट अंदर रखना है ना, वो बहुत मुश्किल था मेरे लिए।
तो पहले तो हमको देख के ऐसा लगा कि हमारे जो ड्रीम्स थे वो रियलिटी में बदल गए।
आई थिंक ये वंस इन अ लाइफ वाला एक चीज़ हो गया जो मैं आई थिंक कभी नहीं भूल पाऊंगी।
He is a global leader. Getting to meet him is insane.
But that moment जब बस वो आ रहे हैं, that was like heartbeat stop हो जाने वाला मोमेंट था वो।
स्वागत है आप सबका।
Once he came and sat in front of us, I'm sure सब लोग वंडर कर रहे थे, wait, is the same person जो हम टीवी पे देखते हैं।
जब सामने बैठे थे तभी भी धक धक हो रहा था बहुत।
आप लोग एक दूसरे को कभी मिलते हैं या पहली बार मिले?
नहीं, मिलते हैं हम लोग।
मिलते रहते हैं। मतलब आप लोगों का पुराना कारोबार है। तो जब आपको ये सूचना मिली होगी तो क्या लगा आप लोगों को?
इस मोमेंट तक यकीन नहीं हो रहा था कि ये कुछ होने जा रहा है ऐसा।
नहीं, पहले मिलेंगे फिर ही हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, क्योंकि मालूम नहीं कैसे कब।
हाँ, ऐसे आजकल तो फेक की दुनिया है ना।
सर अभी भी नहीं लग रहा है कि आप सामने हैं।
अच्छा, होने दीजिए।
मेरे को यकीन नहीं हुआ पहली बात तो कि आपने बुलाया।
तो सर एक बार लगा कि जो आपसे ये बात करने का मौका मिलेगा डेफिनेटली हम लोग फ्रंट फुट में आ जाएंगे और हमारा जो सबका एक गोल है ना वो आज वैलिडेट हो गया सर। वो गेमिंग की जीत हो गई सर, आप बुलाए वो आज इंडस्ट्री जीत गई।
जो थोड़े दिन पहले नेशनल क्रिएटर्स अवार्ड हुआ था, इवन उस टाइम को भी हमें यही लगा था कि फाइनली इतने सालों के बाद ऐसे लग रहा है कि क्रिएटर्स गवर्नमेंट इज रिकॉग्नाइजिंग हमारी क्रिएटिविटी। जो हम यूट्यूब पे करते, जो हमें लगता था कि हाँ हमारे लोग देख रहे हैं, फैंस देख रहे हैं, यही हो रहा है। बट
आप लोगों ने उस क्रिएटिविटी वाले अवार्ड में भी अप्लाई किया था?
मैं तो गया था सर। हम तो बिल्कुल आपके इतने दूर बैठे हुए थे, टाइम पे उससे भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा था।
ना परिचय बता दीजिए पहले सबका।
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम अनिमेश अग्रवाल है। मैं 28 साल का हूँ। मैं गुवाहाटी असम से हूँ। मैं बहुत ही यंग एज में पढ़ाई कर रहा था जब मैं सीए का।
कोई यंग एज में पढ़ाई करता है?
जी सर, वही मतलब कंपेयर टू कि अभी भी 28 साल का ही मैं खुद को यंग ही मानता हूँ, तो मैं और यंग की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो मैं सीए का पढ़ाई कर रहा था। मैं सीए फाइनल्स तक पहुँचा था और मैं सीएफए और एफआरएम की भी लेवल 1 दे चुका था। मैंने अपने माता पिता से 1 साल का ब्रेक मांगा था अपने पढ़ाई से गेमिंग की करियर को परस्यू करने के लिए। जब मैं 2018 में स्टार्ट किया, मैं सोच के घुसा था कि 1 साल मैं गेमिंग में पूरा दूंगा और कुछ बनने की कोशिश करूंगा।
तो परिवार में क्या रिएक्शन आया?
सर क्योंकि मैंने पढ़ाई करके रखी थी और मेरे पास बैकअप बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग था कि गेमिंग में मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाता, वापस जाके पढ़ाई कंटिन्यू कर पाता, तो इसलिए माता पिता हमेशा सपोर्ट किए हैं इस चीज़ को। और फिर मेरा गोल यही है कि मैं गेमिंग को इंडिया में आगे बढ़ाऊँ और सबको, जो भी युवा फॉलो कर रहे हैं, हम सभी को, इतने बड़े बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को, उनको करेक्ट डायरेक्शन दिखाऊँ गेमिंग से अच्छा क्या कर सकते हैं और उसी की तरफ काम आगे करने की कोशिश चल रही है सर।
मुसीबत ये हो जाएगी कि जब भी अब कोई ठग बोलेगा किसी को भी तो आप दिखाई देंगे और कोई आपको देखेगा तो कहेगा यार ये तो अच्छे इंसान है, उसको ठग कैसे बोले।
सर वो चीज़, लेकिन एक चीज़ अच्छी है कि गेमिंग में थोड़ा नाम बना लिया तो गेमिंग वाले लोग अब ठग से अच्छे नज़र से मुझे देख रहे हैं।
ठग से ठगते नहीं।
हाँ, और मैं दुनिया एकदम भी ठगी नहीं कर रहा हूँ सर।
मेरा नाम अंशु बिष्ट है। वैसे मेरा गेमिंग नाम गेमर फ्लीट है सर। मैं आता हूँ हल्द्वानी, नैनीताल, उत्तराखंड से। तो मैं सर वैसे लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से आता हूँ। मेरे पापा एक प्राइवेट स्कूल में 30 साल तक उनने बस कंडक्टरी करी थी ताकि मैं और मेरी दीदी को वो स्कूल में पढ़ा सकें। मैंने थोड़े ट्यूशन्स पढ़ाने स्टार्ट करे बच्चों को, 1-2 जॉब्स ले रही, फिर अपना खुद का कंप्यूटर बनाया एक। सर आर्थिक स्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी तो उनका बनता है कि ऐसे सोचना कि आप समझ रहे हो ना कि आपका बच्चा बस कंप्यूटर में बैठ के चिल्ला रहा है दिन भर, क्योंकि सर थोड़ा होता है कि मतलब चिल्लाना इन द सेंस कि मतलब खुश होना, कि तभी लोग देखते तो खुश होते हैं ना कि अरे वाह इसको कितना मजा आ रहा है, तो उन्हें भी मजा आता है।
यानी आपको एक्टिंग भी करनी पड़ती है
थोड़ी बहुत
ताकि व्यूअरशिप बढ़े।
हाँ सर। करनी तो पड़ती है सर।
सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू क्या है आपको इस दुनिया में?
सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू सर कि मतलब अगर आपको पता चल जाए कि आप क्या करना चाहते हो इन दी एंड सर, जैसा आपका है कि आप देश को आगे ले जाना चाहते हो, आप देश को एक स्तर पे ले जाना चाहते हो बहुत, तो वैसे ही मेरा भी था कि मतलब मैं भी कुछ ऐसा करूं कि दुनिया वाहवाही करे।
मेरा नाम नमन माथुर है और लोग मुझे मॉडल के नाम से जानते हैं। मैं पला बड़ा मुंबई में ही हूँ, नवी मुंबई में। और जब मैं 4 साल का था मेरे पापा गुजर गए थे। मम्मी ने मुझे और मेरे बड़े भाई को रेस किया, उन्होंने टिफ़िन सर्विस किया, सब कुछ किया। और 2015 में मोबाइल आ गया था हाथ में, तब तो शुरू किया था खेलना।
पहले तो स्कूल कॉलेज में दोस्तों से बातें करते करते पता चला होगा।
मैं गेमिंग में को खुद से वो यूट्यूब देख के आया था, मैंने उल्टा दोस्तों में फैला दिया था कि खेलो मेरे साथ।
मैं बीमार हूँ, तुम भी हो गए।
वायरस मैंने फैलाया वाला। बस 2015 से लेके 18 तक, जब तक मेरा बीकॉम पूरा कंप्लीट हुआ, उतने में मैंने ये फिगर आउट किया कि ये जितने भी फॉरेन यूट्यूबर हैं हम जिन्हें देख रहे हैं, इनके कमेंट सेक्शन में सारे इंडियन हैं।
यानी ये सब जो दुनिया भर के अच्छे अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं
उनमें भी इंडियन,
सारे कमेंट करने वाले इंडियंस हैं।
मेजॉरिटी मेरे को जो दिखते थे इंडियंस ही दिखते थे। और मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना मैं एक ऐसा कोई वीडियो बनाऊं उनसे इंस्पिरेशन लेके और अपलोड करूं। और मैंने वो वीडियो 2018 में अपलोड किया और वो इंस्टेंटली वही वीडियो जो उस सोच से बना था वायरल हो गया। उसके बाद मैंने स्पोर्ट्स में रिप्रेजेंट किया इंडिया को, अनिमेश से मिला 2018 में। हम लोगों ने कंपनी भी शुरू की अपनी SATUL।
इमॉर्टल नाम कैसे रख लिया? भारत में तो लोग इमॉर्टल की बात करते हैं,
लोग सब जगह मैं देख रहा हूँ इमॉर्टल नाम रख रहे हैं, तो मैंने बस
अच्छा कुछ नया कर रहे हैं,
इमॉर्टल कर दिया उसको।
मेरा नाम पायल धारे है, सब लोग पायल गेमिंग के नाम से जानते हैं। मैंने इन सब के बाद स्टार्ट किया है एंड मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि मैं इंडिया की लीडिंग फीमेल क्रिएटर बनूंगी। मैं बहुत ही छोटे गांव से हूँ, मैं MP में एक छिंदवाड़ा करके जगह है, इंदौर के पास में ही है, तो मैं वहाँ की रहने वाली हूँ। मुझे गेमिंग में इंटरेस्ट था बट घर पे फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं थी। 12th तक भी हमारे पास घर पे फ़ोन नहीं था खुद का, तो गेमिंग में थोड़ा थोड़ा इधर उधर देखते रहते थे, या दोस्त के जो भाई वगैरह है वो कैफेज जाते थे गेम खेलने, तो वहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत नॉलेज आया कि गेमिंग भी कुछ होता है। तभी के टाइम पे यूट्यूब पे गेमिंग पॉपुलर होने लगी थी इंडिया में भी, तो मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना मैं भी इसको एक ट्राई दूँ और लड़कियों को भी एक ऐसा ऑप्शन मिले कि इसमें भी आप करियर बना सकते हो।
लड़कियों का इसमें आना कितना संभावनाएं बढ़ती हैं?
फिर सबसे बड़ी चीज़ यही है कि पेरेंट्स बहुत घबराते हैं कि बाहर जाके काम ना करें, एंड कई फैमिली में थोड़े रिस्ट्रिक्शंस भी होते हैं कि बच्चियों को मौका नहीं दिया जाता, तो उनके लिए ये बहुत ही अच्छा स्टेबल करियर ऑप्शन है। एंड जब मैंने शुरू किया था तो मेरे पास भी 100-200 ऐसे लड़कियों के मैसेज आते हैं कि हमने आपको देख के स्टार्ट किया, तो सर थोड़ा घबरा रही हूँ।
थोड़ी छांट लीजिए फिर बात करते हैं।
मेरा नाम मिथिलेश पाटनकर है, मेरा गेमर नेम मिथपैट है। मैंने जो ट्राई किया है कि हमेशा से यूनिक कंटेंट देना है, एंड आई थिंक उसी की वजह से लोग मुझे पसंद करते हैं। तो गेमिंग, एंटरटेनमेंट, मिमिक्री, ये सब मिलके मैं बनाता हूँ मेरे वीडियो। पूरा सलाड बना देते। मैं चाहता था कि इंडिया से एक ऐसा कंटेंट मैं बनाऊं जो बाहर के लोग भी देखें, लोग अप्रिशिएट करें। आज से 2 साल पहले एक स्ट्रीमी अवार्ड्स होता है, बोलते हैं कि दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट अवार्ड। सो इंटरनेशनल कैटेगरी में आई वाज द ओनली इंडियन टू गेट नॉमिनेटेड, एंड लॉस एंजलिस में अवार्ड होता है, सो आई गॉट दैट अवार्ड, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ एक बहुत प्राउड अपॉर्चुनिटी थी मेरे लिए ये।
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम तीर्थ मेहता है, मैं भुज कच्छ गुजरात से हूँ और मैं 2014 से हार्टस्टोन नाम की एक गेम है उसमें compete कर रहा हूँ।
तो भुज में ये बीमारी कहाँ से आई?
सर ये तो ऐसा है ना कि हर कोने कोने में फैली हुई है अभी तो।
लोग आपको कच्छ में जानते हैं कि ऐसे कुछ कर रहे हैं आप?
हाँ, अभी तो मतलब बहुत सारे लोग
लेकर के जाना पड़ता है।
नहीं अभी तो
क्या आप मुझे देखिए मेरे पास तो ये है।
हाँ, मतलब इनिशियली तो किसी को पता नहीं था, बट जब से ये मेडल हासिल हुआ है तब से काफ़ी मतलब कहे तो सब पहचानने लगे हैं।
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम है गणेश और लोग मेरे को SK रॉसिया से जानते हैं, और मैं बेंगलुरु से हूँ और मैं एक प्रोफेशनल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट हूँ। जो मैं जब से कॉलेज में मैं गया, दोस्त लोग ने मेरे को गेम को इंट्रोड्यूस किया और जब मैं खेला, अचानक से उधर जो भी लोग खेलते हैं उन सबसे अच्छा खेलने लगा। तो मेरे दिमाग में आया कि ये चीज़ मेरे को असली में मज़ा आता है करने में और इस पे मेरे को कुछ बड़ा करना है। मैं जब 17 ईयर ओल्ड था, मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया 2017 इंडोनेशिया में। तो जब मेरा सक्सेस मिला और मैं आई कुड टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, मेरा माँ बाप का जो ड्रीम था घर बनाने का वो मैं कराया और दोनों को जॉब से रिटायर कराया और अभी सब रिलेटिव्स बोलती बंद। आई वाज लाइक धक धक हो रहा था पूरा कि क्या बात करूं उनके सामने, बट आज जब मिला आई जस्ट लाइक जो भी मन में है, जो भी मेरा स्टोरी है, जो मेरे को जानता है, वो सब बोल दिया मैं उनके सामने।
एक साथ आप लोग कितने घंटे खेलते हैं कंटिन्यू?
आई थिंक ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट जो होते हैं वो दिन के 6 से 7 घंटे प्रैक्टिस के देंगे, क्योंकि वो उनकी पूरी रूटीन होती है। वो दिन में उठने का समय, गेम का समय, डाइट, सब कुछ होता है। कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स का सर अगर मैं बताऊँ तो आई थिंक सब लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि दिन में 12 घंटे सिर्फ सोच ही रहे हैं, और फिर हो सकता है वीडियो बनाने में वो 2 घंटे ही बन गए या फिर वो 10 दिन तक नहीं बने।
हमारे देश में क्रिएटिव की दृष्टि से गेम की दुनिया में कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना होगा?
पिछले 2 साल में जो कंटेंट बन रहा है इंडिया में यूट्यूब पे, वो बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल बन रहा है। लाइक सब ऑफकोर्स लोगों के पास फोन्स आ गए हैं, सबके पास अभी इंटरनेट एक्सेस आ गया, तो हम लोग ऐसा नया नया कंटेंट देख रहे हैं इंडिया में जो आई थिंक वर्ल्ड में किसी ने बनाया नहीं है। मैं शॉक हो जाता हूँ कि इंडिया में इतना सस्ता है, इतना मतलब अच्छा है। इवन फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर गेमिंग बाजू में रखे तो एग्जाम्पल यूपीआई भी इज ऑल्सो सिस्टम जो बाहर इतना अच्छा नहीं, मतलब कोई सिस्टम नहीं है जो इंडिया में। इट्स अ ब्लेसिंग।
गेमिंग की दुनिया में आज करोड़ों बच्चे हैं, उनको ये मालूम है कि हमारे यहाँ इंटरनेट इतना सस्ता है, उसी के कारण उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी बनी है। पता है?
बिल्कुल
सर, मैं तो खुद ही मानता हूँ सर कि
पूछोगे ना वो सबसे पहले बोलेगा फ्री इंटरनेट।
यहाँ पे जो भी बैठा है हम सब,
हमारी शुरुआत ही ऐसी हुई है सर।
जिस तरह से फ्री इंटरनेट, चीपेस्ट इंटरनेट आई थिंक इंडिया के टॉप 5 चीपेस्ट कंट्रीज में आते हैं। तो सर आज के दिन भारत में 15,000 गेम डेवलपर्स कहे जाते हैं एंड 1400-1500 से ज़्यादा गेम स्टूडियोज भी है। सर वैसे तो भारत में अगर आप देखो जो गेमिंग है 5 से 6 साल पहले ही बूम होनी शुरू हुई। 2019 में आई थिंक मैं बोलता हूँ कि गेमिंग काफ़ी स्पीड पकड़ी, रफ्तार पकड़ा, और 2000
सब कुछ मेरे आने के बाद
जी।
एक ऐसी घटना बताइए किसी के साथ आपको गेमिंग के दरमियान कुछ हो रहा, आपने कहा और एक स्पार्क कर गया, ऐसा कुछ याद आता है?
मेरे तो लाइव चैट में आया था, एक लड़का बोला था कि मेरा ब्रेकअप हो गया, तो मैंने बोला था कोई बात नहीं, तेरा भाई तेरे साथ है।
देखिए मान लीजिए कि मैं एक बिल्कुल स्टूडेंट हूँ और मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं है ये गेमिंग की दुनिया क्या है। परसेप्शन का ही मुझे पता है जो ये बच्चे टाइम खराब करते हैं, पता नहीं दिन भर उसी में बैठा रहता है। मुझे याद है मैं परीक्षा पे चर्चा कर रहा था तो मैंने ऐसे कहा कि ये कुछ बच्चे ने मुझे उलट पुलट पूछा, मैंने कहा तो ये पबजी वाला लगता है, ये पबजी वाला है क्या?
वो तो मोमेंट था जब आपने ये पबजी वाला है बोला था, तो मैं उस समय पबजी में रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था इंडिया को, और मेरे रिलेटिव्स तब मेरे को ऐसे मम्मी को कॉल करके बोल रहे थे कि ये नमन को बोला था क्या? तब मैं इतने उस रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था तो वो सबको पता था, तो कहीं आपने मुझे तो नहीं बोला, ये डाउट आ गया सबको।
ये एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जो अननोन है। ऐसी स्थिति में क्या आप लोगों को क्या अनुभव आता है जब बच्चों से बात करते हो, उनके परिवार से बात करते हो? कोई तो माँ बाप ये थे कि तुम बंद करो, मेरे बच्चे को बिगाड़ रहे हो।
ये तो सर अगर
पेरेंट्स मिलते हैं हमें, पेरेंट्स यही बोलते हैं कि हमारे बच्चों को बोलो कि पढ़ाई करे, सिर्फ आपके वीडियोस देखते रहते हैं। तो मैं
फिर वो काम भी आप ही को कहते हैं।
बहुत बार न्यूज में देखा है कि पेरेंट्स का क्रेडिट कार्ड यूज करके बच्चों ने गेम्स में इन गेम पैसे होते हैं वो लिए, एंड वो चीज बहुत बड़ी न्यूज हो जाती है। उससे क्या होता है कि फिर हमें भी अफेक्ट हो जाता है उससे।
राइट नाउ मेरा एक ही गोल है कि अगर किसी बच्चे को भी ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट बनना है या बहुत स्किल लेवल पे, टॉप लेवल पे खेलना है, उनको मैं कैसे गाइड करूं, उनका पेरेंट्स को मैं कैसे गाइड करूं, बिकॉज ये अवेयरनेस बहुत कम लोग के पास है।
घर में ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे स्पोर्ट्स एक एक्टिविटी जरूरी है या डांसिंग सीखना माँ बाप चाहते हैं कि बच्चे को आना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो भी एक व्यक्तित्व के विकास का एक हिस्सा है। लेकिन ऐसी चीजों को प्रतिष्ठा मिलने में सदियों की एक पुरुषार्थ रहा है।
अगर देखी जाए हमारा देश स्पोर्ट्स में हमेशा बहुत आगे रहा। आज के दिन भारत का वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर स्पोर्ट क्रिकेट है, पर अगर 1983 वाली वर्ल्ड कप नहीं जीती तो मे बी सब लोग उतना क्रिकेट में नहीं जाते, और अगर मे बी देश में एक सचिन तेंदुलकर जैसे बड़े नाम नहीं आते तो सब लोग वो बनना नहीं चाहते। सर गेमिंग 5-6 साल पहले ही शुरू हुआ और आज काफ़ी लोग हैं इंडस्ट्री में, कम्युनिटी में हमारे जैसे गेमर जिन्होंने भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करके नाम कमाया। तो सर आई थिंक आज कोई गेमिंग के लिए अगर ये पूछे कि ये क्यों करना है तो मैं उनको यही जवाब देता हूँ कि इसको आप साइड हसल रखिए।
जो लोग सोचते हैं अनऑर्थोडॉक्स है, बेकार चीज़ है, टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं लोग अपना, उसको करके आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर, अभी हम लोग प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर के रेजिडेंस में, तो वहाँ तक जाके उनसे बैठ के एक राउंड टेबल में बैठ के उनसे बातें कर सकते हो, तो वो बहुत अनरियल था। और फॉर श्योर लोग अब गेमिंग को एक अलग नज़रिए से देखेंगे कि हाँ ये भी कुछ है और इसमें भी कुछ करा जा सकता है।
एज अ गेमर मैं कहूँगा कि ये मेन इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ जो पीएम सर ने मेंशन की कि डाउन द लाइन ग्रो करना है एक इंडस्ट्री को, तो उसमें एक पेरेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत ज़रूरी है।
उनका वही पेरेंटल एडवाइस, पेरेंट्स की सपोर्ट करना वो एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर है।
आपकी दृष्टि से मुझे बताने जैसी कोई चीज आपको लगती है, यार आपको कुछ मन में प्रश्न है, तो आप
क्या कोई रेगुलेटरी बॉडी हो सकती है?
रेगुलेट शब्द ठीक नहीं होगा, वरना सरकार का स्वभाव होता है हर चीज में हाथ डालना। सरकार का मूल नेचर ये है। अब दो चीजें होती है कि या तो आप उनको दबाने की कोशिश करो, या तो कानूनी सारे बंधन लगा करके उनको अलग करो। दूसरा है कि आप चीज को समझो, समझ करके हमारे देश की रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार उसको मॉडिफाई करो, उसको कुछ कानून नियम व्यवस्था के अंदर ढांचा में लाओ, उसकी एक प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाओ। अगर प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ जाती है तो फिर बुरा करने वालों को बहुत देर लगती है। मेरी तो कोशिश है कि देश की स्थिति इतनी आगे ले जाएं हम कि 2047 तक खास करके मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों की जिंदगी से सरकार बिल्कुल बाहर निकल जाए। वरना ये कागज लाओ, वो कागज लाओ, ये दो, यहाँ क्यों गया, वहाँ क्यों गया, उसी में ही जिंदगी फंसी हुई है। सरकार की जरूरत गरीब को होती है, उसको मुसीबत के समय सरकार मिलनी चाहिए।
सर आई थिंक एक चीज़ जो डेफिनेटली करा जा सकता है ईज़ ऑफ बिजनेस के लिए, सर ई स्पोर्ट्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए। ई स्पोर्ट्स को बहुत टेक्निकली जैसे स्पोर्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है, एक अलग से आइडेंटिफाई हो जाए कि स्किल बेस्ड गेमिंग है, इसमें कोई पैसों का गेम में पैसे लगा के पैसे जीतने वाला खेल नहीं है। सर अगर वो आइडेंटिफाई हो जाती है और सबको पता चल जाता है ये अक्रॉस ऑल गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ एंड ऑल बॉडीज़ जिनके हमें फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजेक्शन भी करना पड़ता है, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होगा। रेगुलेटरी बॉडी जैसा कि आपने कहा कि बंदिश वाली अभी इंडस्ट्री बनी नहीं है क्योंकि अभी बढ़ रही है, तो खुले में बढ़ने देंगे, पर साथ में अगर पुश मिलेगा तो कुछ साल बाद आई थिंक इंडस्ट्री रेडी रहेगी कि सरकार आके उसमें
नहीं, इसको कोई बंदिश की जरूरत नहीं, खुले में ही जाना चाहिए, तभी जाकर के ये फले फूले। अगर बंदिश आएगी तो नहीं होगा। क्या आपको ये फेस करना पड़ता है गेमिंग एंड गैम्बलिंग, इन दोनों की लड़ाई आपके सामने आती होगी, तब आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
मतलब वो ऐसा समझते हैं कि हम जो
फर्स्ट टाइम मानते होंगे, फर्स्ट टाइम मानते हैं।
हाँ, जैसे हम मतलब गेम्स खेलते वो काफ़ी अलग रहती है, बट वो ऐसे समझते अच्छा ये तो हम जैसे लूडो खेलते वैसी कोई गेम हो गई, बट वैसा नहीं है। वो हम कह सकते हैं कि चेस जैसी एक कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम्स हम मोस्टली खेलते हैं, जिसमें बहुत सी मेंटल स्किल्स भी चाहिए रहती है, फिजिकल स्किल्स भी चाहिए रहती है।
सर आरएनजी और स्किल बेस्ड गेम को बहुत हाई लेवल पे डिफरेंशिएट करें। सर आज भारत के एथलीट्स जाके ओलंपिक्स में प्रपोज है, एशियन गेम्स, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में प्रपोज है।
आप लोग एक काम कीजिए, ये जो क्या समस्या है आपकी, मुझे कभी मेल कर दीजिए मेरे ऑफिस में, एग्जैक्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हैं आप।
इधर लाइक पेरेंट्स को जब उनके बच्चे लोग बोलते हैं कि गेमर बनना है, पेरेंट्स लोग को समझ में नहीं आता कि एक्चुअल गेमर क्या होता है, क्या करता है। गेमिंग मतलब गेमिंग, गैम्बलिंग भी समझ जाते हैं। तो उसके रिगार्डिंग मोदी जी बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेनेशन किया कि गेमिंग अलग होता है, गैम्बलिंग भी अलग होता है, और हमने भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक्सप्लेन किया।
अब इतने सारी मात्रा में बच्चे जुड़ चुके हैं, उनको आप रोक नहीं सकते, तो उनको आप सही रास्ते पर ले जा सकते हो। वो सही रास्ते पर ले जाना है तो आपको लगता है डूज एंड डोंट्स, पढ़ाई करो, ये तो ठीक है, हम कह दिए तो पढ़ाई करो, और क्या क्या बातें आप सोचते हैं कि जिसको उसको केयर करना चाहिए?
बच्चे बिल्कुल चाहते हैं कि यही करे, तो हम लोग सर, मैं तो हमेशा अपनी स्ट्रीम पे क्लियर बोलता हूँ, कोई भी आके बोले कि भैया मुझे भी आपके जैसा बनना है, तो मैं तो साफ बोलता हूँ भाई अगर तुम्हें मेरे जैसा बनना है तो जैसे मैं चला वैसे चलो। मैंने कॉलेज किया, कॉलेज के साथ किया, मैंने जॉब करी, मैंने जॉब के साथ किया, जब तक नहीं चला मैंने ऐसा नहीं करा कि सब दुनियादारी छोड़ के मैं बस लगे रहा कि नहीं यही काम करेगा, यही काम करेगा।
आज के टाइम पे गेमिंग एंड स्पोर्ट्स मतलब उसमें दो कैटेगरी आती है। जैसे ई स्पोर्ट्स में आप कम्पीट करते हो, और कंटेंट क्रिएशन में ऐसा है कि हम गेम के अराउंड वीडियोस बना रहे हैं, उसमें चार दोस्त मिलके कुछ फन कर रहे हैं, तो वो लोग देखना पसंद करते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम में।
जो मैं समझ रहा हूँ आपकी बातों से, 3 स्टेज है। एक तो है जो गेम खेलने के लिए आने वाला खिलाड़ी है, दूसरे वो लोग हैं जरा क्रिएटिव माइंड के हैं, तो उस गेम उसका लाइव स्क्रीनिंग ये वगैरह करके के बाद में एक छोटा सा वीडियो बनाना, इसमें थोड़ा रंग भर देना, वो। और तीसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण है कि गेम इटसेल्फ बनाना। कैसी हमारी जो गेम्स हैं जो बनी है अब तक जो आई है उसकी क्या?
तो अभी आई थिंक 2020 में आपने स्टेटमेंट दिया था कि मेक इन इंडिया की इंडिया के अराउंड गेम्स बनाने प्रमोट कर रहे हैं आप, तो उसके बाद आई थिंक काफ़ी इम्प्रूवमेंट आया है उसमें, और जो वो पूरी इंडस्ट्री है उसमें भी काफ़ी स्कोप बढ़ा है।
हिंदुस्तान की कौन सी थीम है जो लोगों को आकर्षित कर रही है, या आप लोगों को लगता है कि ये क्लिक कर सकती है? क्योंकि जो वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड की आती है उसमें तो मारो काटो दौड़ो भागो यही आता है। जैसे हमारे पंचतंत्र है, क्या कभी किसी ने उसमें माइंड अप्लाई किया?
अभी डेवलपमेंट में जो बोर्ड गेम्स हमारे पुराने खेले जाते थे, जैसे अष्टो चौकड़ी करके एक गुजराती में हम छोटे थे तब से वो गेम खेल रहे, तो अभी उसके जो है वो डिजिटल वर्जन अभी रिलीज हो। बाकी यही है कि हमारी जो मिथोलॉजी है जो उसके अराउंड काफ़ी गेम्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं।
दुनिया आज एक बहुत बड़ी चर्चा करती है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की, क्लाइमेट के इश्यूज हैं। दुनिया में अलग अलग तरीके अपनाए हैं। मैंने दुनिया के सामने अलग विषय रखा है। मैंने कहा है मिशन लाइफ, और लाइफ शब्द से मेरा मतलब है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। अगर मान लीजिए मैं एक ऐसी गेम बनाऊं जो क्लाइमेट की चैलेंज को कैसे हम मिट करेंगे, कौन से रास्ते होंगे, किस किस रास्ते से जाएंगे, किस रास्ते से ज़्यादा सफलता मिलेगी, सरलता मिलेगी। जैसे हम लोग स्वच्छता के विषय को लेकर के ही गेम बने और हर बच्चा खेले। भारत के जो वैल्यूज हैं वो नई पीढ़ी उसको जीना सीखे, उसका महत्व समझे और उसको बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन मिले।
जैसे हम सभी को गेमिंग इन्फ्लुएंसर्स कहा जाता है, वैसे ही आप इंडिया के सबसे बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं जिसकी बात सब सुन के मानते भी है। जब आपकी ये बात बाहर आएगी तो मुझे लगता है 100% लोग इस वे में सोचेंगे।
सर यहाँ पे जो आप कह रहे हो ना, वैसे एक कैटेगरी है, जैसे शूटिंग गेम्स हो गए, वैसे एक कैटेगरी है गेम्स फॉर चेंज करके, जिसमें जैसे आपने जो ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम्स बताया, या फिर ऐसे छोटे छोटे जैसे अफ्रीका में ऐसी बहुत सी कंट्रीज है जो स्पेसिफिकली वहाँ की पॉवर्टीज कम करने के लिए या वहाँ के कोई जो लोकल इश्यूज है उसको अवेयरनेस उसके लिए बढ़ाने के लिए ऐसी गेम्स स्पेसिफिकली स्टूडियोज बनाते हैं। तो आई थिंक ऐसे गेम्स इंडियन स्टूडियोज भी कैचअप कर सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि डाउन द लाइन 2-3 साल में तो ऐसे गेम्स आएंगे भी और वो आगे जाके पॉपुलर भी होंगे, जो कहेंगे हम कि सिर्फ इंडिया के भी नहीं बट ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम्स को भी एड्रेस करेंगे।
मुझे उनकी एक बात जो बहुत अच्छी लगी एंड शायद मैं भी उस चीज़ को बहुत ज़्यादा कैरी फॉरवर्ड करूँ, अपने ऑडियंस तक भी पहुँचाऊँ, वो ये रहेगा कि आप गेम डेवलपमेंट में घुसो, थोड़े से ऐसे गेम्स डेवलप करो जो हमारे कल्चर या इंडिया कैसे चलता है या हमारा क्लाइमेट या व्हाटएवर ज्योग्राफी, इन सब चीज़ों को देखकर ऐसे गेम्स बनाओ एंड उन चीज़ को हम लोग पुश करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तो आई गेस दिस इज समथिंग दैट आई वुड टेक फ्रॉम हिम।
उन्होंने जो इन्वायरमेंट के लिए चीज़ें बताई कि जो गेम डेवलपर्स हैं उनको इन्वायरमेंट पे फोकस करके इंडिया की ऐसी गेम बनाना चाहिए जिसमें इन्वायरमेंट और हमारे जो क्लीननेस है उसकी तरफ ध्यान देने के लिए, आई थिंक वो मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा।
क्या ओपन सोर्स गेम का होता है कि गेम है उसमें 2 चैप्टर किसी और ने जोड़ दिए, 2 स्टेप्स किसी और ने जोड़ दिए, क्योंकि आप जो कहते हैं ना जिसकी उम्र कम होती है, हाँ, उसको जो मॉर्टल है उसको इमॉर्टल बनाना है तो फिर हमें ओपन सोर्स करे और उसमें नई नई चीजों को जोड़ने के लिए उसको ओपन करे। तो हो सकता है कि मान लीजिए हमने हनुमान के कैरेक्टर के ऊपर कोई बनाया जी, तो लोगों का भी ओपन सोर्स है, आप हनुमान के नई नई चीजें लेके आइए, तो हो सकता है वो। हाँ सर, बहुत सारे देखिए ये हमारी टीवी सीरियल जैसा काम है, हमारे टीवी सीरियल को एंड ही नहीं है। हाँ। उसका नई नई पोस्ट जोड़ते जाते हैं।
सर हम लोग ने वैसे थोड़ा कुछ आपके लिए सोच के रखा था कि आपसे हम लोग इतना कुछ सीखा है, आपको हम लोग गेमिंग का थोड़ा डिक्शनरी आपको सिखाना चाह रहे थे। तो सर एक गेम है जो अमित आप समझा दो हम लोग क्या करेंगे सर के।
बेसिकली सर हम गेमिंग में कैसे होता है कि हम लोग मैच के अंदर बिजी रहते हैं तो हम लोग ज़्यादा बातचीत नहीं कर सकते एक दूसरे के साथ, तो हम लोग ना टर्म यूज़ करते हैं जिससे क्या होता है कि एक दूसरे के साथ हम लोग कम्युनिकेट कर सके ईजिली।
हर एक की अपनी एक टर्मिनोलॉजी बनती है। आप देखिए सरकार में जाइए तो सरकारी जो अधिकारी होंगे वो शॉर्ट फॉर्म में ही बोलेंगे,
भी बोलते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी
वैसे ही शॉर्ट फॉर्म हो जाता है।
सर पर आपको 1-2 वर्ड्स तो हम लोग बता के जाएंगे। हाँ। आप हमें फिर बताएगा कि आप कौन से सेंटेंस में उसको यूज करेंगे।
ऐसा है, मेरा एक शब्द है P2G2, तो मेरा वो P2G2 शब्द ये है प्रो पीपल गुड गवर्नेंस। P2 G2।
अच्छा एक और है नूब। नूब का मतलब होता है कोई ऐसा जिसको कुछ बहुत मेहनत करने के बाद।
देखिए मैं चुनाव सभा में अगर बोलूंगा,
अरे नहीं,
आप लोग सोचोगे मैं किसके लिए बोल रहा हूँ।
समझ गया।
अगर मैं बोल दूंगा तो आप तो लोग उसके लिए बोला है।
ग्राइंड करके एक वर्ड होता है, तो ये तो खैर आप गेम में भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप कहीं भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। ग्राइंड मतलब सर मेहनत करना हो गया बेसिकली। जैसे अगर मैं माइनक्राफ्ट खेलता हूँ तो मुझे उसमें एक एक चीज सीखने के लिए ग्राइंड करना पड़ता। तपना सर, तपना, हिंदी में आसान भाषा में तपना।
और दूसरा है सर GT है, गोट टू है। मतलब हम जनरली कोई भी गेमिंग सेशन एंड करते हैं तो दोस्तों को कहते हैं कि अभी मैं क्लोज कर रहा हूँ, जाना है, तो हम टाइप करते हैं GT।
चलो
AFK मतलब अवे फ्रॉम कीबोर्ड, यानी कि आप गेम खेल रहे हो, 4 लोग एक टीम में एक साथ खेल रहे हैं, अचानक से मम्मी ने बुला दिया कि खाना रेडी हो गया, तो वो फोन इधर ऐसे छोड़ के जाएंगे तो वो मतलब गेम में हार जाएंगे। तो टीम मेंबर्स आके हमें, अगर हम चाहते हैं कि टीम मेंबर्स को समझे कि सुनो मैं जा रहा हूँ लेकिन मेरी जगह तुम लोग लो, तो हम लोग AFK लिखते हैं, अवे फ्रॉम कीबोर्ड। मतलब मैं नहीं हूँ पर तुम लोग संभाल लो।
यानी एक दूसरे को कह कर के जाते हैं, इतनी डिसिप्लिन फॉलो करते हैं।
और सर सबसे बड़ी चीज, आपको कूलेस्ट PM कहा जाता है हमारी साइड में। अगर कि सबसे कूल अगर कोई है तो वो हमारे PM है। एंड आप जैसे मतलब हमारी और आपकी उम्र में काफी डिफरेंस है, लेकिन फिर भी एक
नहीं, आपने किसने बताई? ये मीडिया में सब आता है, वो सच मत मानो।
हाँ मतलब सर आप भी जेंजी है हमारे।
हाँ, मैं कलर करके बाल वाइट रखता हूँ ताकि जहाँ लोगों को लगे कि मैं मैच्योर्ड हूँ।
आपने एक, मुझे याद है, मुझे बहुत गई थी यूट्यूब फैन फेस्ट में, आपने जब सर सिंपल चीज वही लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब, सब लोग पागल हो गए।
हम लोग को कूलेस्ट PM को गेमर टैग देना चाहिए। हम लोग सब गेमर्स के नाम है, सर का कोई नाम नहीं है।
नाम इंडिया ने मुझे बहुत पहले से नाम दे के रखा है, नमो।
तो वो हमें क्या कहते हैं, नमो OP इन द चैट।
सर OP इज ओवरपावर्ड और आपको सबसे ज्यादा ही ओवरपावर्ड।
सबसे ज्यादा पावर।
सर अभी कुछ आपके साथ गेम्स चलिए थे।
सर आप बहुत एक्साइटेड है आपको गेमिंग सिखाने के लिए।
आपको ये पहनाता हूँ।
करके
हाँ, लूज फुल लूज।
मुझे हाथ मूव करना है।
हाँ,
आगे पीछे मारिए।
जोर से मारिए। हाँ मारिए। मतलब फर्स्ट गो में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने किया, वी वर माइंड ब्लोन।
के सब गेमर आज खुश हो गए हैं।
वाओ,
कैसा था आपका अनुभव ये खेल के?
अच्छा ही है, लेकिन
जब आप इतनी जल्दी अडैप्ट भी कर लिया, एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने,
आप लोगों से ट्रेनिंग लिया।
ये देखिए, राइट नीचे आना है ना।
किसी को नहीं मिल सकता, उतना मुश्किल है मिलना। जो मौका हमको मिला तो दिस विल बी द बेस्ट मोमेंट ऑफ माय लाइफ वेयर वी प्लेड गेम्स।
आप अंदर चले जाइए यहाँ से। देखिए अब यहाँ पे आ गए आप, स्पीड भी बढ़ चुकी है अब।
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि ये एक इंडियन गेम है, फर्स्ट टाइम मतलब सर खेल रहे हैं।
क्या बात है, पहुंच गए।
गेम इतनी ही है कि
नहीं गेम तो बहुत बड़ा है। इनको मिलेगा एक त्रिशूल मिलता है यहाँ पर, तो वो त्रिशूल लेके फिर उनको आगे बढ़ना होता है। ये देखिए, ये त्रिशूल है यहाँ पे, तो जैसे ये इन्होंने ई दबाएंगे तो इनको ये त्रिशूल मिल जाएगा। अब इनको पहला हथियार, अपना वेपन मिल चुका है। अब ये लेके वो आगे लॉर्ड विष्णु एंड माँ दुर्गा के गाइडेंस से अपने भाई को बचाएंगे। ये पूरे गेम का शुरुआत और पहलू है। एक बात तो है, हम लोग इतने टाइम से इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं लोगों को गेमिंग करने के लिए। आज आपने हमारे जितना इंस्पायर एक दिन में कर दिया।
यानी आप लोगों का कितना समय जाता होगा इसमें देखता हूँ।
सर आपको कैसा लगा आज गेमर्स से बात करके?
मैं अभी नया हूँ इस दुनिया में, तो मैं बहुत सोचूंगा इस पर, युवा पीढ़ी का भला भी हो
जी,
और इसका एक पॉजिटिव क्रिएटिव उपयोग कैसे हो। मुझे ऐसे, मैं चाहता हूँ हमारे लोग इसमें आगे जाए और हम दुनिया में चीज़ों को लेके जाएं।
सो सर अभी हम लोग स्टम्बल गाइस करके गेम खेल रहे हैं, तो कोड है, रूम कोड है सबका 982-981।
ओके, जॉइन एवरीवन, जॉइन।
ऐसे इस गेम में कैरेक्टर्स होते हैं जिनको आगे आगे जाना होता है, रेस होती है, ऑब्स्टैकल्स होते हैं।
आपके कैरेक्टर का नाम नमो है।
ये जॉयस्टिक है। हाँ, ये सर आपका कैरेक्टर है और ये जंप बटन है।
मैं पूरा दिमाग खपाऊंगा जरा।
अगर आप इसको ऐसे फिंगर रख के मुंह ऊपर की तरफ करोगे तो आगे की तरफ मैं आगे जाता हूँ। सर आप तो इसको आप यहाँ पे सर हाथ रखिए और इसको टच स्क्रीन के जैसे ऊपर की तरफ कीजिए।
चलिए सर, चलिए इधर जंप करना है। जैसे ही नीचे जाएगा राइट वाला बटन दबाना है आपको। चलो कोई बात नहीं,
बहुत बढ़िया,
बट
बहुत मजा आया, बहुत मजा आया।
गाइस सर से सक्सेसफुल हमने मोबाइल गेम
खिलवा दिया।
स्पीक इन इंडिया।
भगवान करे मुझे इसकी आदत ना लगे।
सबके साथ ये तो बनता है।
हम लोग कुछ चीजें लाए थे आपसे साइन कराने के लिए जो हमारे गेमिंग से जुड़े। आप 2 मिनट विराजमान हो जाते तो टेबल पे।
फॉर श्योर, नमो ओपी।
आप लोग एक काम शुरू कीजिए, हर एक को कहिए कि खुद की सिग्नेचर अपनी मातृभाषा में करें।
लोग अब गेमिंग को एक अलग नजरिए से देखें कि हाँ ये भी कुछ है और इसमें भी कुछ करा जा सकता है। ये पहना दीजिएगा।
अच्छा, इसको पहनोगे? शाबाश।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
सर आपके साथ मुझे कैसे फोटोज डिस्कस कर दो जैसे गेम में हम। हाँ
चलिए।
I think Indian gaming peaked today. Who is the biggest influencer in India? It's our Prime Minister. हमने उनसे मिले। Good one. भाई यकीन नहीं हो रहा ना। Good stuff. मजा आ गया।
आउट ऑफ वर्ड्स हैं हम लोग अभी।
मम्मी पापा तुम्हारा बेटा मोदी जी के साथ मिल गया है।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Very warm welcome viewers. We are live in Breaking Republic TV and I am Rakhta Mishra with you this Saturday. Let's get started with all the top story making headlines. BJP to release poll manifesto in presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Battle for Mandi heats up. Sources tell Republic that Congress mulling to field Vikramaditya Singh from Mandi. RJD releases manifesto for polls calling it Parivartan Patra with a list of 24 promises for elections 2024. NIA gets 10-day custody of Bengaluru cafe blast mastermind Taha and bomber Shazib, who were nabbed from Kolkata. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah calls Prime Minister Modi enemy of democracy, accuses him of upholding ideologies of Hitler. A mass stabbing spree at Bondi Junction Mall in Sydney has left at least 6 dead and multiple people critically injured. We begin with news from Australia. At the Bondi Junction shopping centre in Sydney, multiple individuals have been stabbed while police fatally shot the attacker. Incident has sparked concerns and investigations into the circumstances surrounding this violent act, this horrific act. Now, Australian federal authorities have confirmed that there have been at least 5 victims who have been killed in this knife attack at the Bondi Junction. Take a look at this report to know more.
It's a Saturday, and it being the weekend, families from across Sydney were at a mall near Bondi Junction. Australia was shocked by its deadliest attack in 8 years. 2 men, one armed with a long knife, went on a stabbing rampage in the mall. 6 people have been killed and several others injured, including a 9-month-old baby, in the mass stabbing at a busy shopping mall in Sydney. The visuals going viral on social media showed people running for their lives. Some ran, leaving all their belongings, and some locked themselves inside shops. There were some lying in a pool of blood, and some of them were trying to help the injured escape from the stabber. Listen in to this heart-wrenching testimony.
I was hiding in the back room and I was just hearing gunshots. It's just like the worst thing ever. Like, who does that to people?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you saw a guy with a machine?
Yes. And then I saw a woman lying on the floor in Chanel, so...
The suspect, who police said acted alone, was shot dead at the scene by a lone officer. NSW's Assistant Commissioner Anthony Cook said a senior police inspector was nearby when the attack unfolded. She arrived on the scene first and was alone when she engaged with the attacker. She shot the offender when he raised a knife at her. The Prime Minister of Australia condoled the incident and expressed regret over the attack.
I've been personally engaged in this since I became Prime Minister, consistent with the statements that I made as opposition leader. I believe this must be brought to a conclusion and that Mr Assange has already paid a significant price, and enough is enough. There's nothing to be gained by Mr Assange continued.
The area has been cordoned off and people are advised to stay out of the crime scene.
Got to Bondi Junction. He left the centre very shortly after and returned about 20 past 3. As he moved through the centre, he engaged with about 9 people. It is clear that during that engagement he caused harm to those people, we believe, by stabbing them with a weapon he was carrying.
The cops have confirmed that there were 2 suspects. The federal agents are on standby for any joint terrorism operation. A manhunt has been launched to nab the alleged accomplice. Agency report, Republic TV.
The identity is yet to be revealed about the attacker. As of now, prima facie, it has been a lone wolf attack. However, it remains to be seen if at all there is a terror angle to it or not. However, now we move on to some other stories. Well, this is on Siachen Day, how the Indian Army observed Siachen Day with full solemnity and reverence to remember and honor the heroes of Siachen for their courage and fortitude in the world's highest battlefield. Take a look at how our soldiers celebrated this day.
13th April 1984, with Operation Meghdoot, Indian Army redefined high-altitude warfare. Operation Meghadut involved the first assault on the world's highest battlefield. The result was the Indian troops gaining control of the entire Siachen glacier. Operation Meghadut has been a remarkable journey of technological progress and logistical advancements. Over the last 4 decades, significant efforts have been made to enhance infrastructure and habitat on the Siachen glacier. Mobile and data connectivity strengthened with the introduction of VSAT technology. This technology revolutionized communication on the glacier, providing troops with crucial data and internet connectivity. The soldiers on the Siachen glacier fight extreme cold just to guard their beloved nation. '40th Siachen Day. Fire and Fury Corps remember the brave hearts who sacrificed their life in the line of duty. India celebrates 4 decades of valor